It's Thursday, and that means, of course, a double dose of darts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The second set of groups are about to get underway after Group A was completed yesterday, and here is who is in action today. James Richardson returns for his second chance of the series after a disappointing week last month. Andy Hamilton also returns following the announcement of his place at the World Seniors Championship next year. A former world finalist, can the Hammer nail down a place at finals night? Scott Taylor has been there and done it, and won it. A weekly winner in Series 3. Can he seal a return to Champions Week? Steve Brown has been playing through the pain barrier this week, but showed flashes of that bomber brilliance and could yet find a way through to Saturday's weekly finals. Jarno Bottenberg has also displayed potential. Can the Dutchman, who finished fourth in Group A, recover to make it to the big night? Or will it be David Schlichting who progresses? The German would undoubtedly relish a spot at finals night. He knows where the cameras are, and it's all to play for him and all the others in Group C. Yeah, he certainly does know where the cameras are, and Schlichting makes up part of what looks like a really good Group C lineup, doesn't he, Matt?
Arguably, this could be a Group A on any normal week, and when we look at the players that are coming to join us here and what they're going to go and do over the next couple of months, we've got Andy Hamilton, we know, just accepting an invite now to play in the Seniors World Championship. We know James Richardson is Lakeside bound, so this is going to really tell us a lot about what the future of darts is going to look like over the next 3 months.
Well, let's just take a step back and look at the week as a whole. We've already seen Group A, Rhys Robinson the winner. Group B tonight as well, seeing Tom Lonsdale, Lee Cox go into that group, joining David Davis, Kevin Edwards and Matthew Dennett. Looks a pretty tasty group in its own right, doesn't it?
It looks a very open group to me. That's a very competitive group where I don't think there's really a favourite in there. I think I'd have to side with Matty Dennett if I was going to go with someone to sort of be the standout act in that group, but any one of those could win that group and any one of the five can qualify in those three spaces.
A quick word on Rhys Robinson as well, as he emerged as a favourite to win the whole week.
I don't think we can have a quick word on Rhys, can we? He's so dynamic. There's so many different elements to his game, and I tell you, going into those last couple of games, I was absolutely buying into Rhys Robinson winning this week because he was playing so well. Those last couple of games, maybe he was just a bit bored, in Rhys's words, or so to speak, because he was already through. He'd already done the job. Did he lose concentration, or did negatives start to come into his game? They certainly did. He lost those last two games, and the last game, I don't think he had the dart of the double in the last match. So he left us with negative vibes, and he didn't sound too positive when he came up here either. He was sort of clutching at himself a little bit throughout the game. So I think there's question marks over Rhys.
Right, let's see who the bookies think might be joining him in finals night from this group. So this is the outright betting to win the group, and they've gone with Scott Taylor, a short favourite.
They have, and I do think that he's probably the likely favourite in this, but Jarno Bottenberg coming in at 7-2 just shows exactly how well he played in Group A and the respect that he commands now on the back of the performances that he's shown. He came into this as a bit of an unknown. He's another player that is Lakeside bound. He earned his space through qualification. He's had to wait a long time for this due to the delay in getting the Lakeside on, but he's come in at 21 180s, and he's been very impressive in terms of the level of performance he's put forward. I'm going to be interested to see now how he handles that in a group of people that have reputation now, people that have big darting CVs like Andy Hamilton.
Right, let's have a look at the bet builder. We saw David Schlichting at 16-1. If you think that's big, look at the bet builder here. More than 22-1. The punters are getting pretty confident. Is this brave or stupid, Matthew Edgar?
It's getting carried away, I think, really. I've never seen one at 22-1, but what they're expecting is a lot of 180s. And I think for this to come in, for 3 matches to get over that 1.5, we're going to need to get legs. Now, one thing we can say about this group is it's going to be close and competitive, but it's going to have to be for this one to land. I think this is ambitious, to say the least.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, let's get the action underway in this group. If you do follow that bet builder or have a bet of any kind, do so responsibly. It's 18+, begambleaware.org for more information on safer gambling. But the start of today's play is a meeting between James Richardson and Steve Brown. Matthew Edgar, part of the commentary team. He's about to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and a very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome along to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the busiest 2 days of our week. 2 double session days in Group C and B, respectively, to find out who's going to join Reece Robinson through to finals night on Saturday. Well, this man's already had a crack at this series. James Richardson, the 49-year-old from Rushton, winner of 2 ADC Open events this year. And by winning an ADC Open Series event, you get an invitation through to the Super Series. And by winning 2, he effectively gets 2 invitations to the Super Series. And so that is part of the reason why he's getting a second bite of the cherry here this afternoon. He takes on Steve Brown. It's the second go for him this week after participating in Group A. Finished bottom of the pile there, and he'll be looking to really kick on. We saw some glimpses yesterday. He'll be hoping to really kick on today. Jack Garwood, your referee once again. And it's great to be back in the company of Matthew Edgar. Very good afternoon to you, Matt.
124.
I was about to say good morning, but that just took my breath away. I was lost for words on the very first throw of the day. Expecting to see a 180 go in first 3 darts, and he just sort of lost the grip of the dart in the hand.
Well, I'm glad you didn't say good morning because
60.
it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Habits, eh?
What do we expect from Steve Brown? I was having a little bit of a chat with him this morning, and
95.
he said that he felt so much better this morning. He felt refreshed, revitalised. It was his son John's birthday as well yesterday, and I believe he's in
60.
vicinity of the area.
I often think if the player's not sure what we're going to see, I don't know what we're going to see. I'm not convinced Steve Brown knows what we're going to see just yet. We've seen him tinker with things this week. We've seen him tinker with his darts yesterday,
30.
which did have good results. He put 2 good performances in back-to-back to end his Group A campaign. Averages of 89.94 and 89.73 with
60.
victory. But we also see him change the pace yesterday as well. He's playing a lot quicker than a traditional Steve Brown performance. So to answer your question,
140.
Well, Richardson here has got out the traps the quicker of the 2, leaving himself 87 to take the opening
99.
leg with throw.
James, you require 87.
Could well end up on the ball here. We'll go treble 17 first. Finds it with aplomb, and so double 18, his favourite double on the board. Along for 9s, moves inside.
78.
And Brown's now got his
Steve,
opportunity
78.
to break the throw. 2 12s. And by moving into the 9, he's going to have to spurn a dart and hope that Richardson misses hit.
70.
And it's one of them that feels
you
like such
require
a
9.
bad dart, but it's actually so close to the target.
Game shot on the first leg. James Richardson.
James Richardson, who's come into this with quite questionable form, but has a lot of big things coming up in his future. That
Second leg,
WDF
it's Steve
World
to throw
Championship,
first.
which
Game on.
James Richardson can get himself to his sort of levels we expect from him, he's going to be a big danger
82.
in that championship.
But isn't this typical of the tournament in the fact that I feel like most of the players that are going to be participating in that event that come here, we say, could well be competitive. That tells us how open a field that's going to be.
Well, who's the favourite?
99.
Can you even answer who the favourite's going to be? Who's the man to beat?
Well, up until about 3 weeks ago, you would have said Luke Littler, but now, of course, he's ineligible to play in the competition because he's decided to play in the PDC World Championships at the end of the year.
You'd probably have to say
100.
Klassen or Bartons would be your favourite for that tournament, but look at Jarno Bottenberger, an unknown coming into this week, and I've been mightily impressed with what we've seen from him.
120.
Running average of high 86, 21 180s. Ticking the boxes.
Well, that last start there just completely spat out for James Richardson.
James, you require 141.
Now he's looking to find a 1-4-1 to break. Not going to happen on this occasion. Much improved like this from Steve Brown to
83.
Try and level proceedings
Steve,
up at 1 apiece.
80.
80 is what he's looking for. Tots was what he was looking at, and he may still do it.
Game
Indeed,
shot on the
he
second
will.
leg, Steve Brown.
And a little bit of a G up in the celebration as well. He levels proceedings up, 1 apiece.
If there's one thing Steve Brown's
Third
not been
leg, it's
struggling at
James
this
to throw
week, it's
first.
getting out of legs.
Game on.
Nothing says that more than yesterday. He only thrown 25 darts at the double and converted 14. That is some return rate.
140.
That's probably why he's going for the double shots.
45.
James Richardson, this is a
140.
6th appearance in the Super Series format overall. In fact, he played the first full week here in Portsmouth back in September
60.
last year, a week that we both remember quite well.
$140.
When we talk about Steve Brown being one of them players we don't know what to get from, remember the time James Richardson come here and lost all 5 matches, and then the next day won all 5 matches.
60.
And then
James,
did
you
the same the
require
day
81.
after. It made no sense. Well, this is absolutely sublime. This is double 12. And now double 6 for a potential 12-dart leg.
Game shot on the third leg.
To lead
James
2-1.
Richardson.
He's averaging 98.5 after 3 legs. He's 2 out of 5 on the finishes. He's just fired in a 12. And
Fourth leg,
we're
it's Steve
wondering
to
what
throw
kind of
first.
nick James Richardson
Game
is
on.
in since his last appearance here at the Super Series. Well, the answer in these early stages is quite
83.
emphatic. And the story of James Richardson's
83.
trials and tribulations last time out was the scoring element of the game was okay, but the checkouts were below par. He had a weekly average of 83.6. He hit 23
85.
maximums over the course of the week. He played the full quota of matches, 25, but the checkout percentage was down at 26.79%. And to put that in comparison to what we've seen so far this week, the overall checkout ratio in Group A is 34.09.
100.
It just means when you drop below that 33% that you're liable to need an extra visit to the board to get the leg wrapped up. And
100.
depending on the group you're in, you're not going to get that extra visit. And this is a group that you're not going to have that. So the urgency needs to be there, and it's certainly showing those signs first thing in the morning here.
60.
Or afternoon, before you call me out on the o'clocks again.
140.
What, Henny's clocking again. Richardson's left himself 118 for potential breaker throw-in to open up a 3-1 lead. It's been a much improved performance from Steve Brown.
58.
His average is...
James, you require 118.
It's just gone down a little bit as a consequence of that visit, but was around the 83 mark. His average
94.
for the group in Group A was
Steve, you require
78.85.
115.
Needs this to level proceedings up. Goes for the ball. Oh, no. Oh, that would
90.
have been something out of the top
James, you
drawer. It would have
require
been something out of the Reece
24.
Robinson handbook.
$12. Steve, you
Well, he's gonna get
require
another opportunity
25.
to level up this game. This one, sizably more simpler of a task. 2 darts at double 8. And I like this, how he's approached it in 2 sections.
Game shot on the fourth
Mention
leg.
about the
Steve
pace
Brown.
of Steve Brown changing. Is he becoming one of these players now that are going to alter their pace between matches? The hardest player to
Fifth
play
leg, it's James
in
to
the
throw
world
first.
of darts
Game on.
is Brendan Dolan. Because he's good and he alters his pace. 1 minute he's fast, then he's slow. I'm sort of seeing Steve Brown work between those different gears here.
125.
Perfect start to the leg from Richardson. But he's not going to continue.
41.
Steve exuding confidence. It's one thing that
43.
he'll always try and exude, whether he feels it or not within himself, but always try and show that he's in control of things.
Absolutely. We've had that conversation many a times with
140.
Steve Brown. He's a man who sort of carries a bit of an aura.
36. James, you require 140.
I thought that was Reece Robinson had that aura about him. Or we're going to have an aura of a 140 finish from Richardson, not this time.
Wasn't that an aura of brilliance he described himself as having?
120.
Well, they have been talking about him all his life. Yesterday,
135.
he had me to
James
the point
required
in near
20.
stitches. He's a great character, Reese, as Richardson looks a double 10 for 3-2.
Game shot on the
Nudges it
fifth
in,
leg.
kisses
James
it off the
Richardson.
barrel. 3-2 Richardson leads, and is a leg away from beating Steve Brown.
Sixth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game
As
on.
we're in the opening game, I think this is a great time to play our usual start of the group game. How many points do you need to qualify? I'm going to
100.
go with 12.
I agree. I think this is going to be a low-scoring group in the fact that you look at the 6 players there, and there's a possibility that anybody can be at anybody there. I think Scott Taylor rightly goes out favourite. His
45.
pedigree in this competition has been second to none. Is won a week and made the final of a week. 5-4, you could have had him with the Oz compilers at
140.
the start of play. But Richardson plays like this.
57.
He's going to cause a lot of problems. He went out to win the group. This is 7-1 at the beginning of play.
See, at 5-4 to win the group, Scott Taylor, I think there's a
97.
great value there in the lay and take the field. I think there's incredible value there, rather than taking the 5-4 on the one man.
99. Steve, you require 164.
So to send us all the way to a deciding leg in our first game of the day, Brown has got 6 and 164, and he's going to need the
82.
allotted total. Saves up the last start to leave him on 82. And there will be pressure this time.
Steve, you require 82. Game shot on the sixth flag. Steve Brown.
That doubles just continues to be a strength here for Steve Brown. Well, we got there in the end.
Seventh and final leg. It's James to throw
Brown
first.
wanting the bump. Maybe
Game on.
James wanted to bump the left hand.
Wasn't there a time when Darryl
91.
Gurney, when he was suffering with a shoulder injury, would only shake the opponent's hand with the left?
Yeah, it's happened a few times that where people would only have the left-handed shake.
97.
You sort of got to turn it over to make it happen.
Am I right in saying that the reason why we shake hands with our right hand, it goes back to
41.
kind of the Roman days, as it was a sign of respect. If you shake with the right hand, you respect someone. If you shake with the left hand, you have no respect for someone.
I know nothing about Roman times, so probably the complete wrong person to ask about that one.
63.
I think I did history at school. I know darts.
133.
And I know that was a quality visit there from James Richardson, just to put his authority on the leg now with the throw.
95.
So Richardson, 6 starts and 236 to win our first game of the afternoon session. Andy Hamilton and David Schlichting will follow us.
60.
But he hasn't made hay whilst the sun has shone, and Steve Brown can, with a treble or two, put himself in pole position.
59.
It has that vibe that we're getting to that edgy exchange.
140.
James Richardson sets himself up. 3 darts for the match. Hit and hope time now for Steve Brown.
57. James, you require 36.
He'll be praying in the background that this double 18 doesn't go.
18.
And it doesn't go. And so Brown is going to get his
Steve, you
match-winning
require
opportunity
130.
if he can fire in this 130.
And he doesn't pass many opportunities by, but he's not even getting a shot at this one. And that makes it easy for James Richardson. He can start the preparation
80.
from the moment the first dart hits.
James, you require 18.
And so double 9 now. Instead, he elects to split, but he misses the big number. And now it is a case of 1-1-1.
16.
And he's put himself in a whole
Steve,
lot of
you
mess.
require
And
50.
maybe now a whole heap of trouble. Brown, 50 remaining. wanting tops of the match.
$10.
But he spurned his opportunity.
James, you require 2.
We've all been here, haven't we? Double one to win a match.
Game shot on
and
the
James
match.
Richardson
James
gets over the
Richardson.
line by hook and by crook, by 4 legs to 3. Steve Brown, it was an improved performance, but it's a defeat for him. James Richardson gets out the mark quite well. 88.5 the overall average in the end. 4 out of 16, 25% when it comes to the finishing. And so Richardson on the board, picking up our first points of the afternoon session. Coming up after the break is a first appearance of the week for the Hammer. Andy Hamilton takes on David Schlichting next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw James Richardson get the better of Steve Brown in a last leg decider, 4-3. Getting over the line with the double one. We've all been there before, haven't we? Right, next up for us, David Schlichting, a player who we've seen all week, up against this man, Andy Hamilton, the former world finalist, now 56 years of age, from Stoke-on-Trent, the Hammer, and will be making his debut appearance at the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern in February of next year. Up against him, the 20-year-old David Schlichting, a biology student
First
at
leg is
university
Andy
in
to throw
Germany.
first. Game on.
Can the turtle crush the opposition? And so it's Hamilton to get it underway. In terms of what the odds compilers say in this one, they have the Hammer out as the 4-11 favourite. David Schlichting, the
57.
outsider, at 2-1. Must be a player that you've run across on tour many a time, Andy.
Oh, many times. Many stories with Andy Hamilton.
57.
Dating back to, I think, 2012, I believe, the first encounter I had with the Hammer. Nothing's ever changed. Other than the fact that maybe he's now about half the size. But
40.
same pace. Same sort of style of darts. Still a quality player.
81.
But really does look after himself these days. And when you look at what he's doing in the darting world, you've got to, at 56, you've got to put that extra effort in. You've got to find that extra
100.
grind. You either stop or you work harder. Andy Hamilton's decided to work harder. He's enjoying one of his best seasons in terms of a win
57.
ratio. He's won 65% of his games this year. That is only bettered in 2012, 11 years ago since Andy Hamilton was winning games with the frequency he is now.
140.
And of course, 2012 being the year he made it to the World Championship final, losing out to Adrian Lewis on that occasion.
So that's the levels 59. We're talking with Andy Hamilton here.
Andy,
that
you
level
require
of achievement.
164.
He's got out the gate quite well here, leaving a finish after 12 in his opening leg with the throw. He's got 6 and 164. He didn't have to go for it.
80.
So with that in mind, does that make Andy Hamilton the value play? Because he's not in the top 2 in the favourite for the sportsbook.
96. Andy, you require
Went off
84.
at 7-2 this morning, did Andy, who now looks at 84 to take this opening leg. But that's a second missed stray into the single one and a couple of visits, and now moving into the free.
$20. David, you
Well,
require
so a strong start,
151.
but a couple of slippery visits has just opened up an opportunity here for Schlichting, but he can't take out the 151.
97. Andy, you require 64.
So it's only going to be the one dart of the double. He'd have expected a lot more than that when he had 160 points difference
24.
on the scoring.
David,
he
you
might end up
require
losing the
54.
leg.
Well, for 164, he's had 9 darts, but only one of them has been at a double. And now David Schlichting's going to get a couple himself and finds the
shot on the
double
first
9
leg. David
for what was
Schlichting.
quite simply a bit of a robbery of a leg. He breaks the throw of Hamilton to lead 1-0.
Second
And he
leg,
can
it's David
only-
to throw first. Game on.
Think in the background as to what's just happened.
55. $57.
I know he wasn't in here with me yesterday. It was Phil Bars. Did you like my name that I've given the
96.
fans of David Schlichting? He seems to have a good following online on social media. They'll be tuning in now. I called him the Bale.
It's different. The Gareths.
If you are familiar with the
134.
term, a Bale is a group of turtles. David's nickname, the Turtle. But
100.
that's going to make the Bale happy, isn't it? And it's one of those shots. It is the shot that Paul Nicholson absolutely loves, the 350 in 6.
It's the most perfect play on the dartboard.
100.
It's one of the
David,
most
you require 170.
rare shots as well, because it's very rare. Player would leave 350 in total. It's not going to go on this occasion, so Paul Nicholson gets back
58.
on the sofa.
I think there's a lot of people that associate bells with a cricket wicket. Let's not talk about cricket, actually, after the last game.
96. David, you require
Well, this is
112.
for a 2-0 lead for Schlichting, looking at 112 and having dodged a few bullets in the opening leg. He's now taken command of the second. He nearly
92.
found a tongue topper.
Andy, you require 114.
About 3 minutes ago, Andy Hamilton was cruising in this game. He is now forced to take out a 114.
94.
Which would have levelled the game
David,
and put
you
him back in
require
advantage.
20.
This is how quick these short format games can change. 1-1 or Schlichting's
Game shot on the
halfway to
second leg.
victory.
David Schlichting.
He has taken advantage
Third
of the
leg, it's Andy to
opportunities
throw
that man
first.
has afforded him.
Game on.
Might be a couple of legs away from another Schlichting camera celebration. He knows where the barrel is.
43.
I think he was getting I reckon he was watching some Matthew Edgar videos, you know, in preparation for this, and how to celebrate into a camera when you win a leg or a
58.
match.
Well, he's a big fan, you know, so... He asked me for an autograph. Stuck it on eBay. Starting bid 99p. We're still waiting for the first bid.
77.
I got asked for my signature.
96.
Driver's awareness course is next Wednesday.
So what was it on a check?
$60.
I remember once someone asked you for a photo. Then they passed you the camera and stood with their arm around the mate.
$32.
I thought I found a friend then.
Game number 2 and it started already.
One of 25
58.
games that me and Matt are in the booth for today.
I'm really puzzled here by Andy Hamilton.
39.
And I think he's probably feeling the same as well, because I expected him to come here and play like he did at the start of this leg. The win percentage, the averages, the things he's been doing away from here, I thought he was going to come here and hit the ground running. We are only a couple of legs in. It might just be taking just a little bit of time to settle into proceedings.
140.
There are a couple of changes that have happened since Andy was last here that he might just be familiarising himself with.
140.
I.e.
And
make
you
sure you
require
go off the stairs in the middle.
123.
Hamilton, is it going to be as easy as 1, 2, 3? No, he's straight into the single 3. Well, who would have said after the first 12 darts of this match that David Schlichting would be left to
43.
136 for a
David, you
3-0
require
lead?
136.
And Andy hasn't left this on very handy, so... He
88.
could end up playing into a bit of trouble here.
Andy, you
It might
require
only be the
80.
one dart. A lot of this relies on this first dart. He might not get any. He doesn't. Schlichting,
26.
48 points away
David,
from
you
a
require
3-0 lead
48.
and a double breaker throw. He was 160 points down when Andy Hamilton was first thrown for a 1-0 lead.
Game shot on the third leg. David Schlichting.
And if you are part of the David Schlichting bail, I would suggest get those cameras at the ready.
Fourth leg. It's
Get
David
that
to throw first.
Button ready to
Game
press
on.
because he's a guy that likes to show us how he feels, and I'm sure this will be a sizable win for him here against a former world championship runner-up in
134.
Andy Hamilton.
Well, the bail might be happy, but Hamilton's been left stumped. The hammer could be tumbling.
57.
Like Josh Butler in the crease.
$96.
I see that... I was watching a little bit this morning. I saw that Virat Kohli was having a bit of a bowl this morning at the Cricket World Cup.
$96.
It's been more like pin hammer than sledgehammer at the moment for Andy Hamilton. David Schlichting is just saying thank you very
58.
much, and it's not that he's hitting too much of the big stuff. He's only put one tick in each of the big power scoring boxes so far. He's just doing enough.
78.
Now, 213 points away from a 4-0 win against the former world finalist.
57.
A man who graced many a major final over the course of his illustrious career which is in a new direction now with the World Seniors being his priority. We're going to see him at the Circus Tavern at the middle portion of February. Tickets are available for that via dartshop.tv.
25.
But right here, right now, David Schlichting has 6 darts for the match from 156.
David, you require 156.
That floor just gets further away as well, doesn't it, as the years roll on?
60.
I know that myself. It takes me a good 5 minutes to retrieve a dart off the floor.
That's because you're too busy celebrating around the arena.
I've got to think here.
83.
And that was...
David, you require 96.
It was rushed. It was dangerous. It was risky. And it might be the last darts that he throws in this match.
78.
And that's where that lack of counting there from Andy Hamilton, leaving him on the 162, not moving over to the 18s. David won't be panicking now because he knows he's still got 3 darts in his hands. He knows it's still in his fate and destiny
78.
to win this match. And 4-0.
David, you require 18.
9-9 for Schlichting for the win.
Game
Double
shot
9
undermatched.
found, and
David
Andy Hamilton
Schlichting.
had a huge advantage in the opening leg, but it's that man who can celebrate the win. Did you enjoy that, David? That was a 4-0 victory against a former world finalist. He's got every single right to enjoy it. Schlichting, a 4-0 victor. 4 out of 10 when it came to the finish, and the scoring power wasn't quite there from the pair. They're both going to have to sharpen up on that as the afternoon develops. But coming up after the break, Scott Taylor takes on Jarno Bottenberg. Hello everyone, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Andy Hamilton defeated by 4-0 to David Schlichting. And a big victory there for the German. Next up, this man, Scott Taylor. Second appearance of him in this particular phase, the 32-year-old from Bolton, up against Jarno Bottenberg, 21-year-old talent from the Netherlands, throwing a 23-gram Gary Anderson dart.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Bad couple of days
Game
or so
on.
for Gary Anderson, picking up Players' Championship glory yesterday.
And a 9-dart finish as well, which he actually
100.
did in quite style, because we often talk about what's harder, the 147 or the 9-darter. He did them both in the same leg.
180.
Well, Jarno Bottenberg wasting no time finding the first maximum of this match.
140.
He hit 21 180s in his Group A campaign.
180.
And he's kicked off back-to-back. We are talking about 9-darters with these Gary Anderson darts. Is this going to be Gary Anderson's darts hitting 9-darters
55.
back-to-back
Jarno,
days?
you require 141.
It's on. It's off. And now the
81.
attention moves to winning the leg, because that's the biggest important thing here, to try and break the throw of Scott Taylor, who is our group favourite.
A mark of respect there from Scott Taylor.
134. Yana, you require 60.
In a leg, he was 7
Scott, you
into the
require
9 data.
72.
He might end up losing it.
Game shot on the first leg, Scott Taylor.
And Scott Taylor has already been on the receiving end of a 9 data in this series, because it was he who was on the receiving end
Second
of
leg,
that
it's Yano to throw
9
first.
data by
Game
Daryl
on.
Pilgrim in week 2. That was when Scott Taylor did the unthinkable
57.
and beat a guy who was averaging 118. That was when Pilgrim went on that savage run of 118 and 122 averages
100.
back to back. In matter of fact, Pilgrim that week broke the record for highest weekly winning average, 96.1. But look, him dip his bread in the lipstick again.
80.
I bet Scott Taylor's thinking, what is it about me on this stage that brings the absolute
140.
best out in people?
I don't care, it's early. That's the average.
94.
But, like that game with Pilgrim, Taylor's the one in the lead.
42. Yana, you require 170.
He's just playing with a lovely flow and rhythm. I think the pace of Scott Taylor is really helping Jarno Bottenberg here in this one.
99. Yana, you require 47.
Double 16 to level us up.
Game shot on
Double
the
16
second
is
leg.
found,
Jarno
and one
Bottenberg.
apiece is the scoreline. 15 data.
Third leg,
3
it's Scott to throw
maximums,
first.
109
Game
the
on.
average.
Less than 3 minutes for the players to race through the
58.
couple of opening legs. But for me there, Scott Taylor, just a little bit too quick. Yes, this game's clipping along at a nice pace, and yes,
96.
you just want to get on with it, but there is a little delay between the legs here, and he was just stood there waiting. Is that the first sort of little mini mistake? A bit
96.
too eager there for Scott Taylor. That's not something what is in his control, so just standing there waiting to throw
58.
is just going to build up a little bit of anxiety.
He comes across, Scott, as one of those
98.
people that doesn't get too perturbed by things.
How about constantly getting slapped with 180s?
180s?
That might deter him a little bit. That's 4 180s. And we're only in the third leg.
And we get to the point where we look at the stats guide and we look at the record books.
80.
But
Yana, you
first things
require
first, can Bottenberg take
167.
this leg out? He's got 6 on 167. Doesn't go. The record for this competition
42.
by a player individually is 7. That was Mark Dudbridge in a game against Wes Newton around about this time last year.
$137. Yana, you require 125.
Despite that, he's been forced into these sort of shots in order to try and get that break of Scott Taylor.
53. Scott, you require 32.
So double 16 to lead 2-1.
Game shot
Double
on
8
the third
is
leg.
found.
Scott
And
Taylor.
despite the brilliance of Bottenberg, it is Taylor who has his nose in front. Halfway towards the victory post, he leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Yano to throw first. Game on. 100. $42.
I mean, these are Scott Taylor's stats the last time he was here. This is week 2 of this particular series.
23.
He was eliminated quite early on for his standards. An average for the week of 89.86, 29 maximums, a checkout ratio of 34.5%, and a high checkout of 150. He plays to those levels.
100.
He's got every chance of going through, but he's been put into one here from Jarno Bottenberg.
180.
He's joining the party.
Wow. 5 180s now.
58.
Split 4-1 in favour of Jarno. We did say we expected to see some 180s today, but maybe not this many this quick.
100.
Here's our referee, Jack Garwood. He's had a few 180s to call, isn't he?
We might need
85.
some sort of throat
Scott, you require
lozenger if this
120.
continues, though.
The conventional route for the Shanghai after
60.
Robinson's efforts
Jarno,
yesterday.
you require 135.
Double 14 for 135.
121. Scott, you require 60.
Tots a 3-1. Now double 10. Doesn't go.
40. Jarno, you require 14.
I like the approach, just going straight for it. That was a bit safe, though.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Jarno
Lovely
Bottenberg.
dart there from Jarno. Had to come around that one, just move to the left and through to the right. And he hit it real smooth.
5th leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
That's darts now, y'all. But the angle there, you can actually see it, the puncher
134.
mark just there on the second dart. And because his darts stand up to attention, probably saw less than a third of the
58.
bed potentially.
He would have had either option because the way his darts stand, he's able to open up the bed going either left or right. It would have been a choice. It would have just been, do I go over the dart or do I go
140.
into the dart? And he chose to go over the equipment. Worked out perfectly for him.
96.
This quality game continues.
Remember, Taylor had the opportunity to go 3-1 up, but he's
180.
vented his anger in this leg. His second max to leave himself on 47 after 9, to put himself 3-2 to the good.
140.
But of course,
Scott, you
Bottenberg
require
should have come up with
47.
at least a couple of trebles in response. For a 12,
7.
has time.
I sort of feel that this is just sort of a awakening to the levels that are going to be required here for Jarno
100.
Bottenberg, because
Scott, you require 40.
Scott Taylor has been on the PDC Pro Tour for many years. And he just has that
Game shot on a 5th leg. Scott
extra
Taylor.
gear at the moment where Jarno Bottenberg is showing that he can live with but can't quite go past at
6th
the moment
leg, it's
the
Jarno
pace
to
that
throw
is set by
first.
Scott
Game
Taylor.
on.
But massive positive signs here from Jarno,
140.
especially when you think he is on debut here.
Well, that's part 1 of the bet build completed, because
93.
we had Scott Taylor to hit 2 maximums. Dare I say, whoever compiled that together should have gone the other way, because they should have gone Bottenberg over 3.5.
57.
So far, there's still plenty more time. He might hit more.
There may be more maxis.
100.
Scott Taylor's got that focus on the face today, hasn't he? You can just sense that he wants to go through the card today and try and get himself in a
100.
very strong position for tomorrow, where the qualification places will be given out and we'll know our full lineup for Saturday.
132.
One thing we know about Scott is he's one of the best counters we have here at the Super Series. You won't see many mathematical meltdowns from ST.
140.
And we have seen a catalogue of them over the years. But it looks like
140. Jarno, you
we set
require
up one of
64.
those situations. It's hit or miss, game on or game over. It's going to be one dart at Tots to save
24.
it. And now Taylor
Scott, you
has 3
require
to win
36.
One more in hand.
Game shot.
He had
on the
3
match.
to win it. He
Scott
needed
Taylor.
all 3. He got there in the end. A very good, high-quality performance there from both players. Jarno Bottenberg will feel unfortunate going down in that one 4-2, considering the fact he managed to hit 4 180s. Goes down Scott Taylor, the group favourite, kicks off his campaign with 2 points and a performance that will make people take notice. Coming up next, we've got Steve Brown taking on Andy Hamilton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have seen 3 matches played so far. Here's a recap of those results. A 4-3 win for James Richardson in the opener against Steve Brown before David Schlichting inflicted a whitewash on Andy Hamilton. And then Scott Taylor getting off to a winning start with that 4-2 success over Jarno Bottenberg. Coming up next then, it's 2 of those players who were defeated in their opener, looking to put things right and get off the mark. Steve Brown taking on Andy Hamilton, a couple of experienced operators, as we've got in the commentary box, Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, to game 4 of our day, Hamilton against Brown, 2 pros that have been around the circuit for many a year going toe-to-toe. These 2 would have met each other in plenty of competitions over the years. But both players looking to come back from opening round defeats. For Hamilton, when he got out of the gate well against David Schlichting, but then the wheels kind of came off a little bit. Lost 4-0 to the German, while Steve Brown lost in the last leg, decided to
Game on.
James Richardson. But who would you be favouring in this one, Matt?
Well, you say Andy Hamilton came out the traps well, but when we say out the traps well, I mean 12 darts, and then it all went wrong.
96.
If we're going to look at Steve Brown and the form line and what we've been seeing from him over his last 4 to 5 games, you would fancy Steve Brown. However,
140.
he is taking on a very quality operator here in Andy Hamilton, a man who's going to play a lot better than he did in his first game, that is for sure.
140.
Did notice during the practice starts there, Steve Brown actually threw some of them standing on one leg. I can tell you, there used to be a player on the PDC Pro Tour
45.
around about 2011, 2012 sort of era that used to actually throw standing on one leg.
125.
He used to get into position, set himself, and then just literally lift his left leg off the floor. His name was Nigel Birch. I believe he's from the Stoke-on-Trent area, actually.
97. Steve, you require 140.
Well, Brown's going to get a leg up here if he can find 140. That just gives me Skippy the
86.
Kangaroo vibes. Do you remember Skippy the Kangaroo?
No.
Okay. Cool story, that.
You probably remember it because you watched it this morning.
137. Steve, you require 54.
Tops are Brown for 1-0 lead.
Shot on the first leg.
Pin
Steve
with a
Brown.
prom. That's a 14 dart leg for Steve Brown to get himself up and running. Hamilton
Second leg,
looking
it's
in
Andy
the
to throw
background
first.
disconsolately. He's played 5
Game
legs
on.
today. He's lost 5 legs.
And it gets harder and harder the longer you're in that situation, the longer you are without
100.
registering a leg. It gets trickier.
$97.
Almost builds the nerves. You start getting that little bit of embarrassment. You start hoping rather than expecting.
$58.
Hamilton did go off the 8-15
83.
favourite to win this match. Steve Brown was the outsider at 11-8. But there's work for that man to do. First max will make him feel better.
100.
First max changes the complexion of this leg. It makes him favourite, heavy favourite now. And he's going to get 6 darts, so 163 to level up.
140.
And he'd like this little bit of a buffer as well, because
97.
when you haven't won a leg, you kind of want that comfort of having a couple of opportunities at a double, and he's hoping that Brown can't apply pressure.
26. Andy, you require 66.
He didn't get many darts at a double in his opening game. It was these sort of setup shots that cost him.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Hamilton.
But the signs are when he gets there, it's not going to be a problem. Both players had 1 dart at the double. Both players converted.
Third leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
This is the sort of game that has the vibe that it's going to go all the way.
140.
Steve Brown did end up in a game that went all the way in his opening. He actually had match darts. He managed 2 against James Richardson. Wasn't able to convert. And in a Group C like this that is highly competitive,
134.
even after just 2 games, the loser of this is going to be in severe trouble.
Oh, that's unlucky. That
120.
just spat out the top of the bed. Well, let's have a look at the action here of Andy Hamilton, because hardly much has changed as far as the hammer's concerned. Is that drawback and fire approach.
82.
It's almost like drawing a line on the top of a piece of string, isn't it?
45.
Very rhythmical. Always sets himself in the same way. I suppose that's part of the reason why he's been so
85.
consistent for so long.
Robotic, isn't it, from Andy Hamilton? And one thing about robots is they don't deal with things like human emotion, which
21.
won't affect the output. Unless you've watched The Terminator, then you know that robots can learn things like human emotion. But that's just a movie.
80.
perfect time here from Steve Brown to hit in a
135.
big visit. Sets it up perfectly
you
on
require
top. So that's where Andy
120.
Hamilton's going to want to be ending this shot. But to do that, he's going to have to first find a treble. A little bit awkward. Can't find it.
40. Steve, you
Brown
require
will be very
40.
happy to hear that that one went off the board. Little setback.
Game shot on the third leg.
Delivers.
Steve Brown.
And you can see what it means to Steve Brown. I've been saying all week that he's a bit of a fighter. He will dig in here. He's not just going to be one of these players that goes, it's not
Andy to
working
throw
for
first.
me. Oh, well, let's
Game
do
on.
it another week. He's going to try and get every little bit he can out of himself to give himself any opportunity he's got of qualifying. He's a player now that we
39.
don't see very often as Steve Brown, the dart player. He's only this year been here at the Super Series. He won't play any of the ADC events.
60.
He isn't on the Challenge Tour. Play locally in his Bristol area. But it's so different playing locally compared to playing against an international quality field.
125.
He almost has to play the week to get himself up to the levels that we know of him, because if he comes and he plays, say, for example, a Group B, we've only got
28.
8 games, he could be out before he even kind of gets himself warm, because of the fact that, yes, he may practice a lot, but you know as well as anyone that nothing can replicate being out there on the match board and feeling a little bit twitchy in certain areas.
180.
You tend to find it's been in that environment of uncertainty.
85.
That's where it comes
you
from.
require
That's the difference between
157.
practice and playing a game. Because in a practice, there's just so much certainty. There's so much routine. There's so much that you're in control of. Where when you're out there, you're not in control
45.
of what your opponent does. There is literally nothing you can do. You can't stand on the hockey and slap his darts to the side as they go through the air. Or kick him in the back of the legs
100.
anymore, a la Rod Harrington, because
Andy,
that
you
rule got
require
stopped because of the exclusion
112.
zone.
112 for 2-2. He's got 6 from here, Andy Hamilton. We'll move across to try and find the treble, which will leave him on double 16. Doesn't happen this time.
56.
Single 16 leaves himself on 56. Brown needs to find something big if he's going to apply pressure in this particular leg. And it's not going to happen this time. And so Hamilton
40.
to lower us up at 2-2.
Andy,
He said it was a game
require
that could
56.
go the distance, and we may well find ourselves level after 4 if Hamilton can find tops. He's got acres of time to do so. Double 10. Moves
46.
inside.
I was thinking as well, he doesn't want to come inside on this double 10 when he got to that point, because Steve Brown hits a ton here would probably be enough just to
60.
apply that little bit of urgency.
Andy, you require 10.
Because this double 5 can get tricky. For this reason, he's now chasing, he's now splitting, he's in the madhouse.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Andy Hamilton.
It seems when someone wants double 1 against Steve Brown, they hit it. That was the double James Richardson hit to see Steve Brown off in our opening game when he won
5th leg. It's Steve to throw
4-3
first.
against Steve Brown.
Game on.
But all Steve Brown's got to do, though, is hold his throw. He doesn't have to worry about what's happening on the hammer throw.
120.
Well, that one was rejected. Actually, have a look at the Steve Brown shirt. It's
100.
very much a golf shirt. You can see the flag and the hole in there.
Well, I'm thinking that's... Oh, another
80.
dart on the floor. The Steve Brown shirt's meant to be camo and camouflage. I don't know what he's trying to blend into. I don't think he's going to get away with chameleon himself into too many things.
180.
And that's where those 2 darts on the floor for Steve Brown will just feel even worse, even if they're just single 20s.
100.
But that's the encouragement that Andy Hamilton's needed here to make a bit of a move on the Steve Brown throw and potentially get the break at the, what I believe, the best moment in a Super Series game to break the throw. When you can just control the oki.
140.
Ton max 140, 81 after 9 for Hamilton. And Steve Brown, who's a
43.
face rejection in terms of darts
Andy
being spat
require
out of the board,
81.
is having to watch in the background now as he may well see his throw broken. It's 12, and it's the ball.
33. Steve, you require 158.
Long way off for the hammer, but Steve Brown a long way off in the scoring department. He has lost 2 darts
46.
in this leg. We have to remember
Andy, you
that
require
fact, and
48.
I'm sure that's a fact that Steve Brown will be remembering if he does go on to lose this game. Players often tend to pick out moments in matches where they feel it was cost.
Can he just sandwich that in the
16.
middle? No is the answer.
Steve, you require 112.
Can Steve Brown dig deep and find potentially a game-saving shot?
94.
A fine effort from Steve Brown.
Andy, you require
You
32.
do fear right now for Steve Brown that Andy Hamilton is going to get that breaker throw at the ideal moment. The moment where you can go up, hit the double, win the leg. And you would have been able to
16.
control the oki, walk straight
Steve,
back
you
down in and
require
throw
18.
again. But mistakes from Andy Hamilton have provided more opportunities for Steve Brown.
Game shot on a fifth
Opportunities he
flag.
probably
Steve
thought
Brown.
had gone when Andy Hamilton hit that maximum after the 2 darts on the floor from Steve Brown.
6th leg. It's Andy to throw
So
first.
that worrying look
Game on.
once again goes across the face of Andy Hamilton.
Where he looked up at the skies and the gods gave him a helping hand, and he gives himself a real sigh of relief.
100.
But whatever the deities may have done in helping him last time out, he's now going to have to do for himself.
95.
You can't keep looking up at the balcony and looking at Chris Murphy for inspiration, Steve.
$134.
Wherever Andy Hamilton's looked for a bit of inspiration, he might want to look in that direction, because Andy Hamilton
44.
would not have begrudged him if he'd have just turned it in at this point and end up going on to lose 4-2 after missing those opportunities. It can often cause a lag at the start of the next leg. Not for the hammer.
But there's one thing we know
93.
about Hamilton is he's got this real tenacious spirit about him. He will dig into the well.
43.
Involved in one of the most famous games of the world match play against Simon Whitlaw back in 2012. Looks like he's setting up now to level us up at 3 apiece. Brown has had nothing by way of response in the 6th.
134.
Tops after 12 leads Hamilton set fair.
100. Andy, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on the
Found this
6th
time.
leg.
He's not
Andy
going to mess
Hamilton.
about with the doubles on this occasion. And we go all the way once again for the 2nd time today involving Steve Brown, and a nice little bit
7th
of
and final leg. It's Steve to throw first.
joviality between
Game
the
on.
pair. Good game, sir. Good game.
I think that's a story off of what happened in the last match when Steve Brown went to give James Richardson the fist bump, but James Richardson wasn't looking and missed
140.
it. I think there's probably a bit of banter going around in the practice room, because it seemed to be very jovial, shall we say. Did expect this one to go all the way. It has.
100.
So basically, you're going to give yourself some praise. There's no praise like self-praise, is there?
45.
Well, I'm quite good at that, to be fair, which is kind of praising myself at praising myself. Just shows you how good I am at praising myself.
You have to praise you like you should. Right. Hamilton in desperate search of a treble here.
100.
Crowbars one in. Sandwiches one in between the two above and below the treble bed.
45.
And Brown comes up dry. And now the ascendancy moves to Hamilton against the throw.
$59.
Key exchange. An exchange in which Steve Brown cannot leave a
43.
finish. And that is 3 scores of a 40 in a row. 45, 45, 43 is the invitation that Andy Hamilton needs to potentially put himself in the driving seat in this match. Needs a treble.
57.
Stumbling towards the finishing line.
Well, both players are just handing each other invitations at this point.
140.
But that 140 could be the big move in this leg. His second of the leg amid the myriad of mediocre visits. So 88 to win what has been
131.
a real seesaw kind of
Steve, you
affair.
require 88.
It's 2 at double 14. Can he kiss that off the barrel? Yes,
shot
is the
under match,
answer.
Steve
It's a
Brown.
sigh of relief from Steve Brown as he gets on the right side of the 4-3 equation this time around. He gets the better of Andy Hamilton in the last leg decider, and look at the relief. He's darting with joy. He's dancing with joy. Steve Brown, a 4-3 victor against Andy Hamilton. An 81 average, 4 out of 8 when it came to the finish. That was ultimately all told where the game hinged. Hamilton, as you can see there, missing 10 at a double. Coming up after the break is Bottenberg against Richardson. This could be max a plenty.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Steve Brown got the better of Andy Hamilton in the last leg decider. 4-3, a sigh of relief from the Bristolian in getting over the line in that one. Next up for us, it's a battle of two players who we're going to see at Lakeside in just over 6 weeks' time. Jarno Bottenberg up against James Richardson. And myself and Matt were actually watching that little VT in the break there, the promotional video, and we were saying, well, no one's talking
First leg, it's Jarno to throw first.
Raymond Smith,
Game on.
the Series 2 champion, who is going to grace the Lakeside stage in 2023.
100.
Fine player as well. World Championship quarter-finalist as well, I believe. Ooh. Another one of these for Richardson.
80.
It was quite a lot with Richardson starts that, doesn't it? Remember that 180 he hit here quite a while ago where he actually missed, but the dart ended up going in the treble because the flight carried it in.
The original It's In.
You know, Bottenberg loves a 180, doesn't he? That's his fifth. He hit 4 180s in his opening game against Scott Taylor. Did lose that. If he was to pick an area he'd have lost it, it'd be on the doubles, just 22% in that one. And you know how that famous phrase goes, don't you?
Trebles for show, doubles for dough.
No, not that
180.
one. If you don't hit doubles, you don't win.
164.
It's not as catchy or flowy, but
41.
But this has been quite systemic of Bottenberg's week so far, because if you actually devour his Group A stats, it was the second best of anybody
100.
in the group. Second best
Jarno, you require
average
123.
in terms of the doubles. It was the second best behind Tom Lonsdale as he was looking to take out the 1, 2, 3.
47.
But they didn't
James, you
quite
require
into
84.
results. And Richardson here could take the first leg if he can find 14. And now the bullseye.
Shot on the
right
first
in the
leg,
middle of the
James
diddle.
Richardson.
It solves the Richardson riddle. He leads 1-0 with a break of throw. And Bottenberg, well, he's been
Second
given a
leg,
bit of a
it's James to
toe.
throw first. Game on. $140.
140 start for Richardson to leg 2.
96.
and that was right in the middle as well, wasn't he? He could literally have walked up to the dartboard
123.
and probably not got it as central as that dart was.
140.
They're both building up ahead of steam now. 94, the average of Bottenberg. James Richardson averaging 109. And that number only goes up as he puts his thumbs up for his second max of the match.
95.
Homage
James, you
to
require
Andrew
58.
Gilding, I believe. They do it in his local. All the team, every time one of them hits a 180, it's thumbs up time.
18. Jarno, you require
I believe
170.
the last time he was here, he was actually in the same group as his son Josh.
Oh, can he reel the fish in? Bottenberg, not this time.
Sort of cottoned on throughout the practice room. They were all giving it the
James, you require
Gildings.
40. Game shot on the
Put
second
his
leg.
thumbs up
James
to that
Richardson.
as well. Richardson leads 2-0. 107.36. It's taken him 28 darts
Third
to
leg, it's Jarno to throw
completed
first. Game on.
first two legs. So 28 darts to complete the first two legs.
140.
Goes to a pair of 14s. The average 107.36.
58.
Bottenberg, after a couple of legs, is averaging a ton, but hasn't had a dart at double yet. He'll just take the max.
180.
A wry smile as to say, yes, okay, another one.
All right, Reese Robinson. Another
58.
That's your favourite line in history, isn't it?
one. Oh, there's been a few, and they're all from him.
41.
Richardson is not just in a different postcode, he's in a different county in this leg.
60. Jarno, you require 140.
Bottenberg has got all the time he wants on this 140 to half the deficit.
89.
I don't think anybody expected Yano to go that way. And for a referee, that's quite difficult when you don't expect players to go certain routes, because you have to almost second guess yourself as Bottenberg goes for tops.
Yeah, it's the same as a player as well. You don't learn the numbers, you learn the patterns. And when those patterns get broken to something completely out of character.
124.
Speaking about being broken.
Yano, you require 20.
This is a big moment for Yano.
Game shot on the third leg.
Big delivery
Yano
as well. He
Bottenberg.
was a bit in trouble there if he didn't take that one out. A big holder throw there for Yano in another high-quality affair here.
Fourth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Was Yano unfortunate to drop into this group on the base of play? I think he was. I think it would have been more fair of the performance
83.
that we saw him in his Group A campaign that we'd see him in a Group B. Instead, he's scrapping it out now in Group C, and
58.
he's going to have to scrap it out in this one, or he could be on 0 from 2.
100. $96.
So you talk about patterns and numbers, and I've spent a bit of time with Owen Binks, referee here at the Super Series, and he was telling me just about how everything's kind of like breaking everything down into blocks, and how legs and different parts of the board, so things like 3-2-1s, 3-2-4s, or
96.
2-6-4s, things like that. They're all different blocks, and you have to take it. And you break down from there, really, don't you, from the numerical side?
In terms of the refereeing, it's very, very hard for me to, because I work backwards where referees work forwards. As a player, we take off, whereas a referee, they've got to do it the other way. They've always got to do both, because they've got to add it up to say the score at the same time as working out where the player might be going. We know where Yano Bottenberg's going to be going here. There's not many options
66.
on the 117.
Yano, you require 117.
But he needs a treble. Finds it. Tops.
97.
And on
James,
those
you
sort of
require
combination
57.
shots, he tends to drag that tops a bit low. Maybe just rush in that last dart a little.
37.
It paved the way for
Yano, you
Richardson to
require
really
20.
establish a lead at 3-1, but those chances come and go. A couple of missed darts at tops means Bottenberg comes back to level this game up at 2 apiece.
Game
And he
shot
is
on the
not
fourth
going to
leg.
need
Yano
another
Bottenberg.
invitation. Level we are. Desmond 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Yano to throw first.
And
Game
he
on.
knows. He knows opportunity has passed him by.
48.
But opportunity against the throw here for Richardson, with Bottenberg starting off dry.
100.
Beautiful dart. Inviting.
100.
You just knew it. The reverse typewriter.
$100. $93.
Richardson needs a couple treble turn here. Bottenberg's got 6 to put himself in front at 3-2.
45.
This time he's craving a 140, and that first dart could have been a succulent life for him, but the second one dips
100.
below, but a good recovery with the third.
$84. Yano, you require 80.
The story of the week has been tops for this finish, but Yano goes more conventionally for tops.
60.
I think that was a bit too close to the target there for Yano as well. It just seemed to be something he had to power past, but he's had a lot of success over on this double 10. And he's going to have a handful of darts. But it might just be the one handful.
Yano, you require 20.
Lovely setup shot there from James Richardson.
Game shot on the
But
fifth
Yano
leg.
Bottenberg
Yano
has
Bottenberg.
completely turned this one around, and he's showing us qualities now that go alongside the qualities of being a good dart
Sixth
player.
leg,
Yes,
it's
he's
James
played
to
well.
throw
Yes, he's got
first.
good stats. Yes,
Game
we've been
on.
impressed with him. But now we're starting to see a bit of fight.
That double
60.
10 has been a real aid to him in this match.
$100.
But it has been a type of game that is swung back
100.
and forth, and it wouldn't surprise you if there's another twist in the tail.
96.
We talk about canny characters that will never give in, and James Richardson's right at the very top of that list.
43.
There's a reason why they call him ruthless.
57. $140.
Jarno knows he's got the safety net of the advantage of the throw if this does go all the way, which would be our
58.
third
James, you
game
require
out of the 5 that would
158.
have gone all the way. A further testament to how close this group is.
58.
And so a straight ton for Richardson, but it's going to be under pressure.
140.
Ton 40
James, you require
means
100.
that this has got to go. 95 left, triple 19. Doesn't go. And so Bottenberg's back for the match. Back
68.
for his first win
Jarno, you require
of
50.
the group. And those 2 match starts are at double 18.
14.
But they don't go.
James, you require 32.
To send us all the way.
Game shot on the 6th leg. James Richardson.
And we do go all the way. James Richardson went all the way in his opening game with Steve Brown. Got over the line on
7th
double
and final
one.
leg. It's Jarno to throw first.
But if he is
Game
to get
on.
over the line again here, he's going to need to break Jarno Bottenberg,
100.
whose task is a trebler throw. If he can hit a trebler throw, he keeps control of this game.
43.
Especially now Richardson has gone trebleless.
64.
But after that first start, the turn went awry. Maybe he just had that glint in his eye after the first one.
Yeah, it feels like a waste when you do that.
85.
And the opposite way round, Richardson finding the treble with the last start. Completely different psychology of how you feel leaving the
140.
board. We don't even have to guess how Jarno's feeling after that 140. He feels that's the shot that's going to see him to the victory.
100.
Is that the straw to the back of the camel type visit?
121.
An excellent pair of turns there from Bottenberg. 140, 121. Leaves himself on 76 for the match. Having been pegged back
59.
by Richardson to send
Jarno, you
us all the
require
way.
76.
He now has 6 starts to win it. It's 16 and tops. At some unease as to whether the dart was in or not.
56.
And maybe that offset him there with the last.
He's got time, though. He's outscored Richardson completely in this last leg, and he's going to come back for what would arguably
100.
his favourite double.
Jarno, you require 20.
Because it's one he's been very successful on.
But he's chasing 5s
Game
now,
shot, undermatched.
and that's as
Jarno
much of a friend as it
Bottenberg.
was at the 10s. And Jarno Bottenberg gets his first win of the group, getting the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 3. A nice mark of respect from the pair in the end. But Bottenberg getting over the line, an average bang on the nose as far as 90 is concerned. 3 maxims, that makes it 7 for the day so far. 4 out of 13 on the finishing. He beats Richardson in a decider. Next up, David Schlichting against Scott Taylor. Welcome back. That is the board where someone's going to win £5,000 later on this week. That is the hockey where dreams will be made and others will be crushed. As far as this afternoon is concerned, both Scott Taylor and David Schlichting have a win under their belt. David beating Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 0 in his opener. And Scott Taylor winning, well, you'd have to say it's been the game of the day so far against Jarno Bottenberg by 4 legs to 2. With a 94.5 average, 4 out of 13 on the doubles.
First leg, it's David to throw first.
There's a reason why they fancy this man quite heavily, Scott Taylor, and he showed glimpses of that in his opening match. In terms of this one, Scott goes off
100.
the heavy 2-5 favourite. David Schlichting the outsider at 7-4. A fair assessment, would you say?
I think that assessment purely comes on the back that they think Scott Taylor's the big favourite to win this group. And lap number 1, if you have backed Scott Taylor, you're probably going to be quite happy with what you've seen so far.
60.
Jarno Bottenberg does appear to be the man that's going to pose the biggest danger or the biggest threat. And he's already got him out of the way.
108.
Maximum for Taylor with his second visit of the match. Now I'm going to make a bit of a statement here, Matt. If he doesn't win this week, I think
59.
this is the last time we see him here at the Super Series. Because I think if he goes to Q School, he has got an incredible chance of getting his card.
140.
I'll just write that down in my notepad.
$140. Scott, you require 121.
He's left himself 1-2-1 after 9. And he's looking at double 14 to get the first leg one in double quick time. Just moves inside.
David, you require 142.
I don't think Schlichting's going to be afforded the kind of slow start that he had against Hamilton. Can't take out the 1-4-2 and may well be
90.
Staring a 1-0
Scott, you
deficit
require
in the
14.
face.
Game shot on the first leg. Scott Taylor.
Just when you get to that point with Scott Taylor where you think, oh, this could be tricky, he delivers.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Lovely opening dart again. He keeps finding with his first dart.
135.
And that just makes the game feel easy. When you hit that treble with the first dart, you know you've got the minimum
45.
requirement done of hitting that treble. You can sort of enjoy the next 2 darts.
59. $60.
Scott Taylor qualified originally for this series, played in week 2, and that was courtesy of his exploits in the ADC Open Series. He won the 11th event of 16 on that particular tour this year,
137.
beating Mark Graham 6-4 in the final. Graham, who we've seen here a few times at the Super Series before, and I believe he's going to be at the Lakeside as well, the WDF Championships.
59. Scott, you require 170.
Something that he's been putting the miles in on the travelling for.
89.
His ambitions reached. But in terms of this game, Scott Taylor
58.
making quite light
Scott, you
work of
require
things at the
81.
moment.
Double 12.
Game shot on the second leg. Scott Taylor.
It's just so good from Scott. 15 dart, 2-0 lead, 103 the average.
Third leg, it's
And he
David to
just
throw
makes
first.
it
Game on.
at his tip-top best. Looks so effortless.
100.
I think he's just found a comfort here at the Super Series where he comes here and just expects.
57.
And I think he's putting himself into that category of being one of the elite players here at the Super Series, that he also comes here now with a confidence.
100.
But by the same token, does that also come with that expectation and weight on your shoulders because of
94.
This is not a man who's playing with any expectation of weight on his shoulders. This is a man who's playing with enjoyment
97.
and freedom. With confidence. with quality.
100.
Averaging a shade under 99 at the minute, 50% on the doubling. And Schlichting has nothing
60.
by way of response at this particular moment in time. He is first to finish in this leg. But under how much pressure?
96.
Some.
David,
This
you
is the
require
first time he's been allowed
144.
really any kind of room in this match.
60. Scott, you require 154.
This would hurt. And that is a beautiful dart from Scott Taylor.
114.
Nearly a bit of a steal
David,
there,
you
but
require
there's plenty
84.
of work to be done here from David Schlichting. He has just been warned.
Double 11.
Game shot on
Needed
the
to
third
find
leg.
it. Does
David
find it.
Schlichting.
He's back in the game at 2-1. But Taylor has the throw in the fourth to re-establish that two-leg buffer.
Fourth
What
leg.
a
It's
skin
Scott to
saver
throw
that
first.
was from David Schlichting.
Game on.
Just the one dart, or it would now be Scott Taylor throwing for the match.
Max.
180.
And Taylor kicks off the fourth leg in perfect style.
$100.
We've been teased by the 9.
99.
Tease some more.
Well, we got 7 into the 9 earlier on this afternoon. Will we see the magic 9 go?
134.
These are the sort of games where you tend to find you get them, where
85.
two players are playing good standard darts, and you don't have to worry about the results. You just sort of get on with the action. You know, watch what your opponent
57.
does. You're not thinking
Scott, you require
and
137.
planning out the match.
He's scaring
97.
everything on the board at this present moment in time. He's left tops after 12 to open up a 3-1 lead. Schlichting needs a treble here.
60.
A treble he can't
Scott, you
find.
require 40.
And so Taylor looking at tops. You
Game
didn't
shot on the
expect to
fourth
miss
leg.
with 3
Scott
darts in
Taylor.
hand, and he leads 3-1. A leg away from the victory post. 14 darter last time out. Average
Fifth leg, it's David to
ticking
throw
over
first.
101 and a
Game on.
half. And he just makes it look so simple.
140. $96. $96.
The way Scott's playing, you wouldn't be surprised if he finds a 140 to level the scores in this leg, but he can't this time.
52. $83.
Schlichting's on the road to pulling one back, but
85.
the issue has been trying to break the Taylor throw in this game, having been broken early on.
142.
But that's a setup. Tots after 12 this time for the German.
Just reminding Scott Taylor he's not going to have everything his own way.
58. David, you require 40. Game shot on the fifth leg.
And a
David
13
Schlichting.
darter there from David Schlichting. Just taps Scott Taylor on the shoulder and says, watch your
Sixth
step,
leg,
pal.
it's Scott to throw first.
He's only
Game
got this
on.
leg with the throw. And Scott Taylor will be aware of these sort of things.
41.
He is a very experienced player. He's been around on the Challenge Tours, the Pro Tours for quite some years now.
60.
He'll be aware that this is the time to get the job done. You don't offer encouragement to players, especially when they're capable of hitting a 13 darter like David Schlichting just did.
97.
But that was the first time we saw a bit of a slip from Scott Taylor, and Schlichting couldn't really take full advantage, couldn't really punish that.
96.
Good recovery with the last start, but it's still very much advantage with the Lancastrian with throw.
96. 140.
But that just gives Scott a bit of a poke on the shoulder.
97.
Oh, he couldn't, could he?
Be some way to win the game, but Schlichting is going to be sat waiting.
140. Scott, you require 170.
Where would you rather be in this situation? The 170 throwing first, or the Schlichting stirred waiting?
David, you
65.
require
He only
65.
needs the 25 to give himself a dart at tops. Finds it. And
Game
we're
shot on
going
the
all the
sick
way.
flag. David Schlichting.
3 from 3 on the outer ring for David Schlichting. And we go to a deciding leg for which the turtle will be throwing first. The Bale will
Seventh
be
and final leg.
delighted
It's David to throw
if
first.
Schlichting
Game on.
can convert 501 more points.
Schlichting has seen off the Scott Taylor storm, and now he's beginning to brew
140.
as the game comes towards its culmination. And Taylor
60.
is coming up with drive visits that were not present before. And he's gifted Schlichting with a present.
140.
He's passed the parcel.
You can see over Scott Taylor's face, he's just saying, as if.
100.
He was clear in front. David was not finding anything, and now all of a sudden he's finding absolutely everything. Even that miss is an inviting dart.
100.
Just 9 darts. Leaves himself on 1-2-1. Scott Taylor in big, big trouble.
100.
6 darts
David,
in the
you
match.
require
And Schlichting,
121.
who has thrown with such flow and such freedom in this last leg, just has to recalibrate. Scott's thinking in the background,
81.
why was I not in a position to punish? But Schlichting's left tops after 12 to win a game that this man here
100.
was in full command of.
David, you
He
require
shakes his head
40.
in acknowledgement of that fact. One left at double 10.
30.
Doesn't go.
Scott, you require
Hardest one to
141.
hit is the one that wins you the match. And he's left himself in a bit of a tricky situation on the 5s, but he will get an opportunity once again
65.
to beat
David, you
Scott
require
Taylor.
10.
Up for double 5.
Game
In the
shot
double
and the match.
5.
David
And it is
Schlichting.
another win for David Schlichting. He's 2 from 2 so far. And it's another little bit of a jig and a celebration. There we go. There's the relief. Was that a bit of a Ronaldo Sue there from Schlichting? Well, there's another reaction to the cameras. It's a 4-3 victory against Scott Taylor. 90.78 the overall average. 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing. Schlichting beats Taylor by 4 legs to 3. The action continues shortly.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, And board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm sure Matthew Edgar will agree it's been an interesting start to Group C. We'll take a look at the results. Just talk us through them, because there are some quite significant and interesting ones there.
Unpredictable, I think, would be the way that we'd go with that, and that's kind of what we expected at the very start of the day. So it's been predictably unpredictable, shall we say. And a lot of times we see there the players with the throw have been winning the matches. That slight bit of an advantage has been enough so far to see players over the line. We've seen games go very close, but we've also seen now Scott Taylor, the man who was the bookie's favourite coming into this, and sort of came in with the most sort of fanfare and the most highlights coming into this on the basis of what he did last time he was here. He's now been beaten by David Schlichting, a man who, when he came into this, I sort of feared for a little bit, because I saw him play good darts in Group A, but what he seemed to lack was that extra gear, and he really shown that in that last fixture.
Yeah, well, he certainly had no fear, did he, in his first match against Andy Hamilton. Schlichting, as you mentioned, beat Taylor after this, but 4-0 against Hammer. Look out for his reaction here as well, because he's been doing that all week. He's enjoying himself, isn't he?
He is, and I like to see that. I really do like to see what it means to the players, because it makes it easier for us to sort of enjoy and go on that journey with them. And I do feel like we're going on a journey here with David Schlichting, and a journey of him sort of understanding a lot about himself and where his game actually is. The way that game started against Andy Hamilton, he was about 180 points behind in the opening leg, while Andy Hamilton was throwing at a double, and he ended up just reeling off the next 3 legs. He was behind against Scott Taylor, and he reeled off the next 3 legs. And it's good because we're seeing him win from front-running positions, and we're seeing him come back from behind. So we're really understanding a lot about where his game is. He's still a young player, he's still developing, and we're literally seeing that happen before our eyes.
Yeah, and that does put him top of the table in its early stage. It puts Andy Hamilton bottom of it without a win to his name. What do you make of his seemingly slow start? Because I saw on social media, he said that he was playing well coming into this week.
He was. I can vouch for that. When you just look at his results and his performances coming into this, he's normally around about the 90 average. His 12-month seasonal average is just a fraction under 89. He's not throwing anywhere near that here at the moment. He's significantly lower. Now, what that's down to, I don't know. Like, say, we look at social media and he felt good coming into this. I saw a video he put up on there yesterday saying how he feels good and he's looking forward to the challenge. It's just not happening, and sometimes that happens, but here at the Super Series, if that happens and you get caught out and you start getting a little bit behind, you end up chasing throughout the campaign, and sometimes it's just too big of a task.
Yeah, well, there is time for him to recover, but maybe he's running out of time. And we're running out of time as well to fill the field for Champions Week. In fact, next week is our final week of qualifying, week 12, and here is the lineup, and it's a stellar one as well. Some big names in there: Martin Adams, Fallon Sherrock, Steve West, Robert Thornton. It's a real feast of talent, isn't it?
Yeah, take your pick there in terms of who you think is going to win that one. And who's going to be the fan favourite as well. We've got a lot of popular characters in there, but I think Fallon Sherrock coming into this in fine form off the back of the women's series, also getting that qualification place, not just for the Alexandra Palace, but for the Grand Slam. Now, I was with Fallon about 6 months ago now, and we was doing some shows together and some work together, and she said to me then, she says, I feel like I've sort of neglected the effort that's required to be a top-level dart player, and she started to put that in. She wanted to come here for a week to put that sort of work. She wanted to put more practice in. She traditionally doesn't practice that much as a player, but she started to put more and more effort in, and instantly getting the rewards is going to be very encouraging, because what we'll probably see is she'll probably go, well, if that was the formula that got me the success, I'm going to do that more. And we may see her go to success that she's not been to before.
Yeah, of course, hit that historic 9-dart finish as well last time she was here earlier in the series. So she's here next week. The darts will continue flying in Group C at 3 p.m. But first, it's time for your daily dose of sugar. Reece Robinson, of course, won Group A earlier in the week. But how did he get on at our Bullseye Challenge? Let's have a look.
I'm Reece Robinson, and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
And here we are, everyone. It is the Bullseye Challenge again, and this time it is the turn of Mr. Must-See, Reece Robinson. Needs a fast start, and he's going to get exactly that.
4.
He's off to a flyer. Can he reel in Cam Crabtree at the top of the table? Wild there. Adjusts well.
2.
Just think he might have to speed up a little bit here. Time is of the essence. Needs one here. Can he add another? Yes, he can.
4.
Some clutch bullseye from Robinson here. That looks perfect. Not used the guide.
2.
Time's running out here. Come on, Reece. What have you got in the locker? Needs one here, minimum.
No score.
Disaster. Needs to find something big. Only
2.
one bullseye.
Reece Robinson scores 14.
Hi there, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. Viewers on Sporty Stuff TV joining us, those who have been watching on the YouTube channel, thanks for staying with us. Now, we have played 6 matches so far in Group C, and here is what happened. James Richardson opening with a 4-3 win over Steve Brown. David Schlichting then getting a 4-0 win over Andy Hamilton. And he has managed to double his points tally with a 4-3 win over Scott Taylor, the favourite for this group before the break there. Andy Hamilton losing both of his matches. And that means that in terms of the table, it is the German who's top of it in the early stages, winning both of his games. Taylor, Richardson, Brown and Jarno Bottenberg all have one victory. Andy Hamilton yet to get off the mark. So that means the first fixture here, Steve Brown against Jarno Bottenberg, is a chance for one of them to go joint top. And we're the top duo in commentary for today. It's Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. A very good afternoon, everybody who's joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for the continuation of the action from the MODUS Super Series. We are midway through our Group C session, and it's a third turn for both Jarno Bottenberg and Steve Brown. Bottenberg on your screen there, the young, precocious Dutchman. Has won one, lost one. Had to go to the world to get that win against James Richardson. As for this man here, Steve Brown, he lost out in the last leg decider in his first game to James Richardson before then being on the reverse of that scoring against Andy Hamilton. As a real sigh of release when he did that. As for Bottenberg, we're going to see him at the lakeside later on this year.
It's Steve
and
to
we're
throw
going to see
first.
this man, Jack Garwood,
Game on.
officiate all the action throughout the course of the day. It's a very good afternoon to Matthew Edgar.
And a very good game to kick us off here on Sporty Stuff
60.
TV as well. A game that we've seen for the past couple of days. And a game that has seen success seesaw
26
between the two. But one thing we have seen today is a very incredible 180 scoring power from Jarno Bottenberg. He's hit 7 maximums already this
60.
afternoon in just 2 fixtures. Has been a real key strength.
96
Good tool for his tool belt. 21 maximums in his Group A campaign, so already 28 maximums for the week.
43.
Yeah, this game went all the way yesterday. It was Jarno Bottenberg that sealed a 4-3 success. Average of 86.11 and 4 out of 10 when it came to the finishing in that one. As far as how the odds compilers lay the pair today.
140. $57.
Currently in the running and in play. Steve Brown 11 to 10 and Jarno Bottenberg 4 to 6.
A lot of that will come down to the torment that Steve Brown was put through in Group
24.
A. But we have seen signs already. If we look at his last 4 fixtures, the last 2 of yesterday and the first 2 of today, he's won 3 out of 4 of those. And that's the most recent and relevant form. And that'll be the thing that is most fresh in the mind of Steve Brown.
84. Jarno, you require 143.
So first opportunity presents itself to Bottenberg on 143. Was looking for the treble 17 there. Didn't quite
95.
go. And so Brown should
Steve,
at a
you
minimum
require
get a dart at the
90.
bullseye here. Starts on the ball. Misses the big number. And so Bottenberg back for 48 to break the throw in the opening leg.
36. Jarno, you require 48.
Double,
Game shot
why
on the
not?
first leg, Jarno Bottenberg.
Breaks the throw, 1-0 Bottenberg. Now time to tie the laces up.
Second leg, it's
Pull
Jarno
the
to throw
socks up.
first. Game on.
He might even be doing the old John Cena, pumping them up.
100.
Maybe his time is now.
Wow. I never thought I would hear Henry Deacon with a wrestling quote.
100.
Been hanging around you and Nicholson too long, haven't I?
Yes.
45.
be fair, we do get inspired by things we shouldn't get inspired by at the Super
60.
Series. I believe since you've been a part of this project, you've found yourself with a bit of a penchant of the in-betweeners as Bottenberg nails a max. In fact, as far as today is concerned for him, that's an 8th.
He lost a few darts earlier on as well, Steve Brown. That might be why he went for the longer darts that he was using at the start of the week, and he's going to need some running repairs. I don't think it's quite the Formula One speed. I did get a chance to watch a bit of that recently. I don't normally see much of the Formula One, and I was very impressed with how quick they changed it. I wouldn't be driving that car after they changed it that quick.
In fact, McLaren broke the world record.
100.
For fastest pits. We'll talk about that in a bit of a second. Bottenberg, 116 for a 2-0 lead. Double 18.
Game shot on the second leg.
And Bottenberg 2-0 up. A delightful, delicious, exquisite finish to double his lead.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first.
I think he's got
Game
something.
On. 95.
This is the sort of player that, come the start of December, when that WDF title starts at Lakeside,
96.
is the sort of player that goes into it and people don't really know too much about him. And then he comes out of it and people go, where did that come from? Well, we already know. We're letting the secret out.
Yeah, but we're part of the reason why players can't go under the radar anymore. Do you remember, you could go to Lakeside and have players like Christian Kiss who, okay, they've done a bit of the circuit, but people don't know too much about maybe the general public. The Super Series bans that from happening because we get the best talent, the up-and-coming talent. The talent that you're going to see grace your TV screens
97.
In the future.
Steve, you require 132.
132 for Brown. It's got 6 from here.
There is an old wrestling promotion, still exists now, whose slogan was, tomorrow's superstars, today.
56. Steve, you require 36. Game shot on the third leg.
Steve Brown scores a 14 darter to bring it back to 2-1, but, well, we've certainly seen some stars come from this particular competition.
Fourth leg, it's Jarno to throw first.
Scott was a big one for us. Back in Southampton, as Brown has a little glance over.
100.
We've seen some players develop here, and that's going to continue to happen with the ADC routes. The ADC routes,
140.
We've got to give thanks to that man there, Steve Brown, about.
97.
I look at Tom Lonsdale, who we're going to watch tonight in Group B, and think that's the type of player that we want to be bringing through here at the Super Series. David Davis, another example of that.
60.
I mean, I'd hope that no matter what happens with Tom, I'd like to, whatever happens this week, I'd like to see him get a second crack at this, because I think there's a player there that over a number of visits could really develop.
80.
Well, another one spat out for Steve.
Jarno, you require
Can Jarno
170.
reel it in? Cast the net. Reel it in. Hook, line, and no sinker.
120.
Well, both players losing a dart to the floor.
Jarno, you require 50.
We have seen players using the bull in that situation
on the fourth
throughout the
Jarno
week, but there's
Bottenberg.
no time in a Group C for silliness. It's got to be business head, and business head was on there for Jarno. Not
Fifth
getting
leg,
carried
it's
away.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
He knows he's got an opportunity here to get himself to 4 points and be in a realistic
60.
chance here of getting himself through to Saturday, joining Reece Robinson. And 3 players
60.
from our lineup that will be coming tonight.
Well, the games following this one in the group, Andy Hamilton, Scott Taylor and James Richardson, David Schlichting in this round. Those are the other 4 players participating in this Group C.
Group B tonight,
57.
headlined by Matty Dennant, even money favourite. Lee Cox, who graduated from Group A. Tom Lonsdale graduated from Group A.
45.
David Davies joins the party alongside Kevin Edwards.
59.
I don't think there's a favourite there. That is a wide open group where opportunities will present themselves throughout the night.
59.
The bookies lay heavily on Matt Taylor, not just for the group, but for the week, because I was having a look this morning. It was second favourite to win the whole week behind Reece Robinson.
I think that's purely on the fact that they're
57.
expecting him to navigate through that Group B and navigate through it quite convincingly. So with that, while the other players have still got to find a way through the group, yeah, I fully understand
96.
that play. Matty Dennant was one of the players who had a kind of moment that could have changed history, didn't he? Missed a match darts to
58.
beat Glen Durrant at Q School,
Steve, you
which would
require
have
118.
meant Glen Durrant would never have got his hands on that Premier League trophy.
Steve Brown is still going to get his hands on a ton plus checkout. The 118
98.
doesn't go, but he is going to come back. That meant that Glen Dunn would have never been sat in a commentary box at the Super Series.
83. Steve, you require 20.
Double 10 for Brown. Can he just nudge one? Just half an inch across. Has to shuffle across, has to move over. As you can see, the flight of that second dart just obscuring the view a little bit, but he
Game
finds
shot on
a
the fifth
routine.
leg. Steve Brown.
Brings it back to 3-2. And Bottenberg
Sixth leg. It's Jano to
now
throw
has
first. Game
the
on.
darts for the match.
100. $65.
Talking about Duzzy, he was on the exhibition circuit on Sunday with the hammer. At Butlins,
180.
as Bottenberg hits a max. Enthusiastically called by Jack Garwood.
Hammer blow
95.
from Jano Bottenberg. And he just continues to impress.
98.
He's just got that aura about one of those players
100.
that come in
Jano, you
and
require
win the week
123.
as a complete surprise package. Good use of the board as well there. Didn't need to
91.
chase down a bullseye. Just allowed himself to set himself up for a double that he would prefer to throw at.
180. Jano, you require
For
32.
the match, for the win. Double 8.
Game shot.
Seals the
Undermatch.
job
Jano
for Jano
Bottenberg.
Bottenberg. A 4-2 victory against Steve Brown. That puts him temporarily into second place, having won his second game from 3. Jano Bottenberg with another impressive performance, 85 the average. A 116 checkout kind of changed the flow and tide of the game. He beat Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2. Next up is Hamilton against Taylor.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where this man here, Andy Hamilton, is looking to get his first win on the board. He takes on Scott Taylor, who has put in some impressive performances so far, but only one win to his name. He opened up with a 4-2 victory against Jarno Bottenberg before then being beaten in the last game before the mid-session interval against David Schlichting. Andy Hamilton, the 56-year-old from Stoke-on-Trent, will be participating at the World Seniors Championship for the first time in February, whilst this man, Scott Taylor, has graced many a Euro Tour stage in the past, and his target for the end of the year will probably be to head back to the PDC stage via Q School in January. Interestingly, Matt, just having a look at the bookmakers' odds, they haven't changed at all since the onset of play. They are 5-6 each of 2.
And that kind of surprises me a little bit based on what we've seen from Andy Hamilton so far today. He lost his
First
opening
leg,
game
it's Andy
4-0.
to throw first. Game on.
And then lost his second game to Steve Brown, a man who's not got many wins on the board this week. So if we was looking at it in terms of the horse racing sort of analogy of how you predict winners on the horse, again, that
60.
horse beat that horse and that horse didn't win this, and you'd say that Scott Taylor would be quite a big favourite. But these are not
42.
horses. We've had a bull, Terry Jenkins.
I would just like to confirm that they are humans.
76.
Apart from Jerry Hendricks, who has innate feelings of fishes on stage. I can imagine
60.
some players have felt like some other things on stage, but maybe not do that live at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Paul Hogan, crocodile.
Infamously. I've got a good story about surviving crocodile attacks if you'd like one, Matt.
60.
It's just what you need when you're in Portsmouth.
That's on your iPhone playlist,
100.
isn't it, Crocodile Rock?
This is one of those scores that Scott Taylor's left that's just a little bit
58.
tricky.
We'd just like to apologise for a couple of sound outages.
139.
Well, there's nothing tricky about that. Scott Taylor managing to get himself around that situation.
97. Scott, you require 160. 140. Andy, you require 150.
I don't expect to see Andy Hamilton go in the old 3 bulls. A method that is reserved for certain players, Simon Whitlock
37.
being one.
Scott, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg. Scott Taylor.
That is a break throw for Scott Taylor. The earliest opportunity. He was racing into a lead in his
Second
last
leg,
game
it's
against
Scott to
David
throw
Schlichting.
first.
He's not had time to
Game
get
on.
over that one. He's just gone back, probably used the
97.
bathroom, straight back on the practice board for just a couple of handfuls of loose ones, and then he's back on again. Sometimes that is the best thing, not having that time to dwell, because he was in firm control.
121.
Somehow managed to lose that one 4-3. A fabulous last leg from David Schlichting, who is currently top of the table.
140.
So, ton 40 for Taylor with the second visit of leg 2. Put himself in a authoritative position. And that 5-6 is looking a bit big at the
140.
minute, although Hamilton fires in a 140 of his own.
100.
But I think Scott's one of those players that benefits from coming straight on and off the oche, isn't he? Because he plays with that fire and zip, and if it's still coursing through his body, that adrenaline, I think that suits him down to the ground.
100. Scott, you require 164. 104. Andy, you require
Rounds
140.
it off nicely to the 60 after 12 darts. Improved leg from the hammer. Scott Taylor must have been thinking,
100.
why always
Scott,
me?
you require 60.
The Mario Balotelli thoughts. Will it be a fireworks finish?
Game shot on the
2-0
second leg.
Scott Taylor leads. It's actually my favourite football stat of all time. Mario
Third leg,
Balotelli's
it's Andy
only
to throw
Premier League
first.
assist
Game on.
was to that Aguero goal to win Manchester City the title against Queen's Park Rangers in 2012. The same year,
60.
Andy Hamilton made a world final.
$21.
I do always enjoy those little stats, those what happened the same year this happened sort of thing.
180. $84.
Improved as the hammer, as the day has gone on. The danger is, though, as the slow start just being a bit too
41.
slow. You just don't have that luxury in Group C. If this was Group B, absolutely fine. You can get through Group B after losing all 4 games on the opening day. You can still qualify. You don't have that luxury here in Group C. It's a bit more ruthless.
140.
And I don't mean James Richardson, who is actually coming up next against our table topper David Schlichting.
Hamilton here looking for a couple of trebles to really set things up handily. But the way those darts go into the
100.
board, he's done well to just crowbar a last one in there. Has to run for cover.
58.
Can't find a treble.
Andy, you require 120.
And so 6 from here for Hamilton to half the deficit to 2-1. Not going to happen this time.
42. $123. Andy, you require 78.
To bring it back to 2-1, Hamilton looking at 78. We'll begin on the 18s because the treble leaves him double 12. And now double 6.
Game shot on
To
the third
half
leg.
the
Andy
arrears, back
Hamilton.
to 2-1. But Taylor has the darts to re-establish that 2-leg cushion. However, you'll remember that in his previous
Fourth
game
leg,
against
it's Scott to throw
David
first.
Schlichting,
Game on.
Scott broke the throw early. Scott took a ascendancy in the game, but was pegged back in
140.
by the German, who then managed to finish him off 4-3.
$137. $99.
Ideal dart that for Andy Hamilton. The way his darts just kick up. He's going to be disappointed with that, not because of the wayward dart, but because he couldn't follow that first invitation of the treble 20. The way that people's darts lie just deter what's a good dart or what's not, and that was
128.
If Andy Hamilton could have walked up to the board and stuck it in, that's how he'd have wanted it. See that one going underneath the treble, causing him to have to switch down a bit more aggression
93.
as well on the
Scott, you require
angle of entry.
134.
So, Scott Taylor, time on his hands. This is purely just a set-up play.
86.
We'll head back down for the 16 corridor amongst his, or upon his next visit. Hamilton looking to set up, and set up is something he's going to do, and this 48 is going to be under pressure.
Scott, you require
Both leaving
48.
the same numerical total after 12, but it is Taylor on throw with first glimpse at tops.
28.
But he can't take it.
Andy, you require
And
48.
Hamilton can claw his way back in.
And this would pose a few questions if Andy Hamilton can take this.
Game shot
And
on the
those
fourth
questions
leg.
are going to
Andy
be asked
Hamilton.
now of Scott Taylor. He lost a big lead in the last game, 3-1 up to David Schlichting, ended up losing 4-3. He was 2-0
Fifth leg,
up
it's
in
Andy
this
to
one.
throw first. Game on.
Now the question has to be posed, the question has to be asked. Is he struggling to get over that line? Is he struggling being in front? Some players just aren't front runners.
24.
What is it with players coming back from behind and Scott Taylor?
For Andy Hamilton, this is a vital game. I have a rule of 3, which means you can lose 3 games, you can't lose 4.
99.
Now, my prediction was 12 for this group, which means you could potentially lose 4. Just because the nature of the group. But if Andy Hamilton is to lose this, to keep with that rule and to get to 14 points, he would have to win his last 7
93.
matches. So this is big for Andy Hamilton. However,
44.
if he is to be able to turn this around and get the victory, he'll also move Scott Taylor to 2 defeats from his 3 matches. And things are just going to get very, very bunched up very early. This could be the tightest Group C we've had.
83.
It's getting bunched up like grapes in a wine vineyard. They're bunched up quite nicely.
80.
And that was sweet like a glass of Greeno Vino.
$140.
But it's Hamilton who's first to have finished despite the Taylor max. 161 is what he's looking
55.
at. And
Andy,
Taylor
require
can't leave something handy in reply.
161.
Before that throw, Taylor would have been more than happy to be 178. But after the throw,
136. Scott,
fine
you require
effort there from Andy Hamilton.
123.
1, 2, 3. Requires a treble for a dart at the ball. Can't find it. Andy Hamilton has got a chance to completely turn this
55.
one around. He was 2-0 down.
Andy, you require 25.
This would be a sickener for Scott. He walks in the background. He doesn't want to know his fate. Because Hamilton, can he crash that in
Game
off the
shot on the
barrel?
fifth
Yes,
leg,
is the
Andy
answer.
Hamilton.
And from 2-0 down, the hammer wins 3 on the spin. And now has the match in the palm of his hands.
Sixth
Taylor has
leg,
to
it's
hold
Scott to
just
throw
to send us
first.
to a decider.
Game on. $137.
Well, he's playing his part. He's doing his role. Andy Hamilton is motoring up towards that 90 average mark.
140.
Starting to find his seasonal average, which is around about the 89 mark.
140.
Couldn't be any more 89 mark than 89 exactly. But Scott Taylor, 6 points better off in the averages, staring down the barrel of defeat.
And let's get this right. The level of performance in terms of the scoring stakes on Scott Taylor has been better than anyone. Look at the
57.
averages for the day so far. 94.5, 92.82. Currently averaging here 95.82. But it's been his timing in key elements in his last couple of games that are kind of
140.
been his undoing, which is an exact opposite of what he did against Jarno Bottenberg, where he had to stave off the maximum flurry from the Dutchman. But leaves 84 after 9 here to
115.
send us all the way to a
Scott, you
decider.
require 84.
Doesn't have to chase the ball.
44.
Leaves tops after 12 to take us the distance.
97. Scott, you require 40. Game shot on the sixth leg. Scott
No
Taylor.
problem. Just stepped up, nice and quick. Bosh. Takes us all the way. But
7th and final leg. It's Andy to
Hamilton
throw
will
first.
be throwing first. This
Game
is the
on.
exact same situation Scott Taylor faced in his last game, and his opponent kicked off with a 140. Just trying to watch the face here of Scott Taylor to see if it's that, oh, here we go again.
81.
The head sank to the shoulders for just a second, but he would have looked up and seen the end score and thought that he's in business. And he kicks off with a max to really pile it upon Hamilton now.
'83.
And again, he'll be frustrated after finding a treble with the opening dart to only walk off with an 83.
121.
But this is good from Scott Taylor. In fact, this is brilliant. 5 trebles from the 6 darts he's thrown so far. He's forcing Andy Hamilton to need a maximum on his throw.
Well, he levelled the question at Scott Taylor in the last leg, and he's answering
58.
those quite emphatically, and now has 6 darts on 200 to complete a 4-3 win. Oh, this is superb. 2 maximums in a deciding leg. He's on for a 10-darter in leg 7 of 7. What a march towards
40.
the line for Scott
Scott, you
Taylor.
require
Double
20.
10 for a 10.
10.
But the job's not done yet.
Plenty of time in his hands. That's just one of those things where you just end up busting the average a little bit. Brings him below the ton mark that he would have got if he would have hit that double 10. But that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters here is the points.
59.
He's going to have lots of
Scott,
opportunity
you
to
require
get them.
10.
Straight up for it.
Game
And
shot
straight
and the
in,
match.
and Scott
Scott
Taylor
Taylor
secures the win by 4 legs to 3 in a game that ebbed and flowed, but it is Scott who comes out victorious, beating the Hammer by 4 legs to 3. It condemns Hamilton to the bottom of the table, having lost each of his opening 3 matches. That's the tail of the tape. An impressive performance. 97.4 is as good as we've seen all day. 4 from 11 on the finishing, 3 maximums to boot. Scott Taylor beats Andy Hamilton 4-3. Coming up after the break, James Richardson against David Schlichting.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw a thrilling game between Scott Taylor and Andy Hamilton, a game where the lead changed on multiple occasions, but it was Taylor with a 97.5 average that sealed the deal 4-3. He left a double after 9 in that last leg, and Hamilton is left winless. Next up for us is David Schlichting against this man here, James Richardson. Second appearance in this phase for him, having previously appeared a few weeks ago. Two-time ADC Open event winner this year. Up against David Schlichting, the ADC European qualifier. 20 years of age from Cologne, nicknamed the Turtle, with a vociferous following across social media. There's been a lot of people tweeting their encouragement and support for this young talent. Studying biology at university in Germany. Very popular player.
58.
And a popular addition to the Super Series. As for Richardson, as I mentioned, a second crack of this particular phase. He played in week 8, so only a few weeks ago. His 6th appearance overall in the Super Series format. And will be appearing at the WDF Lakeside World Championships later on this year.
83.
Also poses the question if that's the only place he might be eyeing up a potential World Championship assault, because
42.
James Richardson was born on January the 7th, 1974, which means
140.
on January the 7th, James Richardson will turn 50 years of age. At 50 years of age, he'll be eligible
58.
for the Seniors World Championship.
That tournament takes place between February 14th and 18th. Some Valentine's Day darts down at the tavern. We're actually going to see the man that we saw in the last game, Andy Hamilton, there. We'll talk a bit more about that in a second, but Richardson here.
99.
Leaving 120
Danger
after a dozen
120.
darts in this opening leg, and has got the luxury of time. Looking to climb the ladder. Well, double top, please, double 10.
106.
And that last dart was wild, and because it's gone astray into the 6, it could get a little bit messy, and Schlichting's not on the finish.
78.
I think the whole thing has got a bit messy. He's trying to avoid the treble,
14.
throw big and airy, and ended up hitting the double, and he's now up into split.
10 scored.
Strange, isn't it, how
David,
you see
you
this so
require
often, where players in so
164.
much control and a little slip, and it all unravels very quick. This could unravel very quick. Oh, it's
117.
He's got the line right, but he's
Danger
completely lost the
require
weight
4.
there. Just held on to it a bit too long.
Game shot on the first leg.
But Richardson
James
takes out the double 2. That almost had shades of Schlichting's first game against Andy Hamilton, when the German was way behind in the leg, but Hamilton missed a posse of opportunities, and he took full advantage and won 4-0.
59.
Can imagine that Bale would have been going balmy if he'd have took that 164 out.
100.
Hang about. Richardson's kicked off Max. He's got form of doing this here.
Against his own
134.
son. I like that school of fathering. Give him nothing.
He's giving us nothing here.
57.
Last time James was here, we filmed a
138
DT because both him and Josh were here at the same time. It's probably one of the funniest things we've ever recorded.
60. David, you require 170.
There is no doubt if he gets the first 2 trebles, he goes for the bull. And we are never going to find out that fear of him.
58.
Not in this leg anyway, but we may find out a bit later on. Not yet to see the 170 go this week.
Well, the last time a turtle was associated with a fish, it was the film Finding Nemo, when Dory and Melvin were trying to find Nemo in the depths of Sydney.
David, you require 112.
Double 16 for 112.
80.
Not to be this time.
James, you require 103. $55. David, you require 32.
For a level game.
Game shot on the second leg. David Schlichting.
Still on the run here. He has yet to taste defeat in this Group C
Third leg,
campaign
it's
as
James
David
to throw
Schlichting.
first.
He
Game
opened
on.
this game at the top of the table. I think this is one of those situations that if he's to win this game,
100.
that would be probably his minimum requirement. I reckon when he came in this morning, if you had asked him, what would you like from today? He'd say 6 points would be the benchmark.
180.
He's getting into it more, isn't he? He's growing into it. He's showing us more. He's coming out of his shell.
140.
I was actually having a little chat with David this morning before
45.
play got underway here at the Live Lounge, and he was saying he felt a lot fresher today. Had a good night's sleep.
60.
Travelled over on Sunday afternoon. And now fully acclimatised,
100.
feeling good within himself. And sometimes with players, the second group is when they really come into life, especially on debut. We see it with Tiba
96.
Chacol all the time, where he's sometimes slow to start a Group A, but when they get placed into the second group, then you see the best stuff. And we're certainly seeing that from
100.
David in this particular group.
James, you require 105.
But can Richardson take out the 105? Goes the bullseye. Which means now tops.
85.
Drops just below.
David, you require 76.
Chance to break the throw. Will only be the one dart at tops.
Game
and that
shot
is
on the
all
third
he
leg.
needs.
David Schlichting.
He's really growing into this. And he's a player that I feared
Fourth
for
leg,
coming
it's
into
David
this
to throw
group.
first. Game
Because
on.
I was worried that he didn't have this, the ability to go through the gears. And, well, he's showing us
58.
all what he's capable of.
Well, in terms of his Group A statistics, David, he averaged 81.7 over the course of the 3 days, 31% when it came to the finishing. The finishing was actually okay, but scoring power just lacked
96.
at times. Take away the first game against Annie Houghton, I'm happy to give that as an exception. His last game averaged 90.78, was 4 out of 7 on the
58.
doubles against Scott Taylor. In this game, averaging 85.75 and 2 out of 4 on the finishing. He is putting in an improved level of performance here, and he has to match the power of
180.
Richardson.
$95.
Fifth maximum of the day for James Richardson. Just at the right time. You've had your throw broken. You want to hit a max in the next leg. He's just trying to work the numbers out a little bit. Trying to make sure that he can leave a finish. I think David Schlichting's actually giving him the formula.
87.
138. A finish made famous when Luke Humphries won the World Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago.
98. James, you require 138.
Will he go the Humphries way?
98.
I hope Luke Humphries comes out in
95.
Dortmund next week with a 138
James,
at
you
the back of
require
his shirt.
40.
Tops of Richardson
Game shot
for
on the
2
fourth leg.
apiece.
James
Break
Richardson.
of 4 and 13. We have a level game once again. And this has been the story of this group. There's been nothing to place apart these players.
Fifth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
I get the sense
140.
this is going to be the type of group that maybe not even legs difference could separate. It could go down to legs 1 if they keep 4-freeing each other.
57. $80.
Oh, he tried to catch it. I've seen this happen a few times and go wrong. And both times it was extremely funny.
100.
We nearly saw a dart go in our referee Jack Garwood's leg earlier on. You had to do a little bit of a side shimmy to get out the way.
180.
Yeah, James Richardson thinking he was in the slips then.
99. James, you require 101.
He's 101 after 9. Can still be done. Triple 20. Leaves himself a dart at double 18. That was nearly an
83.
excellent act of recovery, although it didn't really matter too much with Schlichting not on a finish.
93. James, you require 18.
Dominant leg from Richardson. Gives him the luxury of time to be able to switch and pick his double of choice.
Game shot on the fifth
And again
leg.
ends
James
up on
Richardson.
the twos, and you know what they say about twos? They never lose.
Sixth leg, it's David to throw first.
David
Game
doing
on.
what we all do. Just limbering the hair up, making sure we look okay for the cameras.
57.
It's a luxury I've only got for a couple more years.
$100.
But you do get that vibe here that James Richardson is making a move.
180.
I think David Schlichting thought the same because the urgency button was pressed. A second maximum.
100.
For David Schlichting in this game, 5 in total. We are being treated to the maximums today.
58. 60.
We've had 30 maximums so far today. 30 180s.
100.
But it's a steady ton, which may well help Schlichting on his way to a last leg decider. Richardson needing a big visit here. He needs a treble here. It's as simple as that, the equation.
45.
He can't find one. And
David,
so
you require
Schlichting has 6 and
106.
106 to send us to a decider once again.
Just taking an extra bit of time over this one. Trying to make sure of the outcome.
Game shot on the sixth leg. David Schlichting.
Fantastic finish from David Schlichting. 106. The checkout. His first ton plus checkout
Seventh
of this
and
group.
final leg. It's James to throw first. Game on.
In his Group A campaign, a couple of 115s and a 105. He might need something similar here, though, because he's going to have to try and find a break
59.
from James Richardson.
England against Germany going all the way to a shootout. Where have we heard that before?
99. 100.
And that's where using the 19s is a bit ineffective. If he'd used the 17s on his earlier switch, 3-4-4 would have put him in a better position. And what a time to get the 6th maximum of this game. Schlichting opens up a gap. Richardson in big
55.
trouble.
David Schlichting's gone full Drake and flicked the switch.
He did this against Scott Taylor as well. It went to a
96.
last leg shootout, and then he found the best leg of the match. This is a guy who doesn't feel the pressure.
100. David, you require
And he's got
126.
6 and 126 to complete the job. He's going to need the full quota of darts.
49.
However, it could well only be a solitary dart at tops next time round, and so Richardson will want to be wary of that particular fact.
41. David, you require 77.
One dart at tops.
37.
Goes just above.
James, you require 146.
Fine effort. An outside chance for Richardson has come and gone. So David Schlichting to be top of the table by points after
88.
3 laps of fixtures.
David, you require 40.
Richardson can only watch in the background as Schlichting comes back for 10s to win
Game
the
shot
game.
and the match.
And
David
that's a
Schlichting.
third win in a row. It's a hat-trick for the German, and it's another little celebration in front of the cameras. This time, a little bit of a bow, a little bit of a prayer, maybe a little bit of a thank you to that double 10. That has won him the game. His third game. No one can touch him at the minute. Schlichting is doing the winning tings here at the Super Series. He beats Richardson 4-3. Next up, Bottenberg against Hamilton kicks off round 4.
Meet Rob's Grand Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back. Game 10 of today's 15 about to get underway. But before we show you that, let's just show you what's happened so far. And that result before the break there, David Schlichting, his third victory in his many matches in Group C, really taking ownership of this group. That followed on from Andy Hamilton's third defeat in as many matches when he went down to the pre-group favourite Scott Taylor. Jarno Bottenberg also getting a victory over Steve Brown before that. That translates to the table, which looks like this. David Schlichting top of it, of course, with a perfect record so far. Bottenberg and Taylor both have 4 points. James Richardson and Steve Brown on 2, and Andy Hamilton still looking to get off the mark, but he can do that now. He takes on Bottenberg in the next game, and guiding you through the action is Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. Hello again, everyone. And so Andy Hamilton against Jarno Bottenberg kicks off our fourth round of fixtures. And for that man on your screen, the Hammer, he's in desperate search of a first win. He could well find himself completely cut adrift. If he loses this one, the gap would be at least 6 points from both Schlichting and Bottenberg. Could be an 8-point gap to the top of the table for all's told. And so Bottenberg, well, he's won 2 of his
first leg, it's Jarno
three
to throw
matches
first.
and has looked steady throughout.
Game on.
I suppose the ironic thing, as far as he's concerned, was his best performance was the one that he lost in. 4-2 defeat to Scott Taylor to begin his day of a 92.23 average, but missed 7 darts at double, hit 4 maximums in that one. In matter of fact, over the course of the day so far, he has hit 9 maximums in 3 matches. He's averaging 3 a game. So if you are having a flutter on the Super Series today and you're looking at the various markets, maybe look at Jarno Bottenberg on at least the over 1.5 stakes.
125.
For Andy Hamilton, it's now or never. He could be the first guy to be kind of eliminated really from proceedings. It wouldn't be mathematical, of course, but if he was to lose 4 games, I think from there he's going to be playing Mission Impossible.
It's, of course, part of the limbering up process ahead of the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern in April. 15th to the 18th of February. 32 players will compete to be crowned the World Seniors Darts Champion at the Circus Tavern. 32 players, as I mentioned, and Andy Hamilton's going to be one of the 32 that take part in
Andy, you require
that
115.
event. And so he'll be using this competition as a real marker and a gauge to see where the full guide is ahead of that. And he's looking for 115 to take this opening leg against the darts in the space of 12. If he can find tops here,
95.
and that would have been for just the third top
Yana,
of
you
the
require
day.
144. $88. Andy, you require 20.
Andy Hamilton's been around the block plenty of times. He will know how important this match is for his chance of qualification through this group.
Game shot on the first leg, Andy Hamilton.
He kicks us off with a 15-dart breaker throw. Job 1 of 4 done for the hammer.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Pottenberg limping up. That was something he was doing throughout the course of the week. I don't know if it was always visible to the TV cameras, but I spent the last 3 days up on the balcony presenting the action.
60.
And before I was going live, he was doing a lot of exercises just to relax the muscles, to get himself limbered up.
96.
Very much a sign of the modern day pro.
It is a long day here at the Super Series. There are 15 matches that we're going to be watching, and you'll be taking part in 5 of them.
54.
Add in there an hour and a half to 2 hours practice and preparation time.
$81.
We were mentioning, obviously, Hamilton making his way to the World Seniors. 17 of the field for that event in Perth Leeds have been announced. Robert Thornton will defend his title, looking for a hat-trick of them now. Leonard Gates will possibly go off as favourite, having won the other 3 seniors TV titles in 2023. Phil the Power Taylor, Martin Wolfie Adams will be hoping for a first seniors title.
140.
John Henderson's on the list, Tony O'Shea, Kevin Painter, Terry Jenkins, Chris Mason, our commentary colleague, Mark Dubbridge, Keith Deller, Scott Mitchell, Neil Duff, Trina Gulliver, and some guy called Glenn Durrant.
90.
He also announced that he's going to be taking part in the Super Series
60.
before that World Championship.
Played well at the match play. Narrowly missed out against Jim McEwen. Had a match start to beat McEwen in that. Pottenberg looking to level this particular matchup at 1 apiece.
Yana, you
May only be
require
one fight in the
124.
1-2-4 to get the break back. Treble 18 would have left the ball, and so Hamilton having
88. Andy, you require 108.
already getting the break. He's looking to hold here if he can find the 108. Will stay there. Had to move across to find a route to the treble there. And so that leaves him 1 dart in his hand. A double 16.
Shot on the
Pins
second
the double
leg,
16
Andy
to
Hamilton.
lead 2-0. Clinical from the hammer with his opponent sat on the double to break back.
Third leg, it's Yana to
Hamilton
throw
takes
first.
full advantage, halfway
Game on.
towards his first win.
At the time he needs it the most as well.
140.
Andy Hamilton finding his best of the day. If he can leave here with a couple of victories, he will still be well and truly in the running. He does have James Richardson to take on in his final game.
121.
Which are probably the 2 most experienced players, certainly the most experienced players sitting at the top table.
134.
But it just feels like with Yana, there's just points where he can just find a gear, he can just click into life. You were talking about the Formula 1 type
93.
pit stops. It's like he, in his mind, feels like he's having a mental pit stop, puts a fresh pair of tyres on, and the way he goes running around at a ridiculous
57.
pace.
Yano's left this 170 again. It's sort of Michael Van Gerwen-esque when Michael Van Gerwen just kept used to leaving the 170 because he wanted to take it out.
180.
But that is a fantastic timing for Andy Hamilton
Yana,
to
you
get his
require
first maximum of this
170.
game. Jarno still can't reel in the 170.
60.
So after taking out 108,
Andy, you require
Andy
107.
Hamilton wants the same sort of equation. It's a treble, it's a single, it's a double for a 3-0 lead.
Treble 16 was what he was looking for. Doesn't happen on this occasion. That 108 finish in the last leg being just the third time topping finish of the day. However, it could be added by a fourth if Bottenberg can take out the 110. And goodness me, you could see in the facial reaction there exactly how he felt. And then there was a second misfire to follow, and just a lapse of concentration there from Bottenberg. And Hamilton here for a 3-0 lead. The double breaker throw. He likes to go below to open up the bed on tops. And if he can nudge that just below, he'll find himself 3-0 up, and he is.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
And he's in
Game on.
firm control of this fixture. An opportunity to get his first points on the board. He's got 2 breaks a throw. Bottenberg's going to have to win all 4 of the remaining legs. That's not going to be easy against a man averaging 94.
43.
Hamilton might be bottom of the table. And okay, lost that first game to David to 0, but the other 2 defeats have all been 4-3. To Steve Brown in game 4. And then in game 8 to Scott Taylor, and that was a game really, in the end, once he got his nose in front, he should have won. But it looks like he's about to wrap this one up in double quick time. It'd be just the second 4-0 result of the day after Hamilton went down to that scoreline to David Schlichting.
$94.
Fine last start there for the Hammer to move himself onto a finish. He's going to get the luxury of at least one setup shot here with
55.
Jarno so far behind.
Andy, you require 134.
The modern player here would go treble 18 tops. Look, the route that Andy Hamilton was trying to deliver.
52. $99.
He's left it again.
Andy, you require 82.
But he needs to see Andy Hamilton miss the 82 to even get a sniff at the 170.
Bottenberg nods his head, expecting the tops to go, and it does. And Andy Hamilton gets his first win of the group, getting the better of Jarno Bottenberg by 4 legs to 0. Just the second 4-leg game of the day, and this time Hamilton is on the right end of that particular scoreline. An impressive performance, a really good average, 95.43, 50% when it came to the finishing, including a 108 checkout. Jarno Bottenberg with work to do now. Next up, David Schlichting looking to make it 8 from 8 in the points category when he takes on Steve Brown.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Andy Hamilton get the better of Jarno Bottenberg by 4-0, doing so with a 95.5 average and 50% when it came to the finishing. Next up for us, David Schlichting looking to make it 4 wins and 4 up against Steve Brown, who has changed his camouflage ammo.
Yeah, I did question earlier on what I thought he could actually blend into. This one looks a little bit more likely that he could actually camo into something. I think he
First
probably
leg,
forgot
it's
the
David
reason
to throw first.
what camouflage was
Game
invented
on.
for with that blue one.
Looks like he wants to blend into a volcano with that shirt. I've been told it's actually an tundric type of camouflage. It's a type
60.
that you'd wear when you're camouflaging in the jungle. But Steve Brown wants to be seen and he wants to be the centre of
140.
attention. And nearly kicked off with a maximum.
I know somewhere he does want to be seen.
Go on.
Here on Saturday
96.
night.
And if you want to be here on Saturday night, this is how you do it.
60.
Scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to a website called dartshot.tv.
140.
It's £2 the booking fee, and you get 9 games
41.
of darts. Plenty of bang for your buck. And you'll see, I think, a really good finals night, because you look at the players that are on show here. They're quick, they're good. There's a little
38.
bit of panache about them as well, especially with Reece Robinson.
Well, if you were to ask Reece Robinson, he would say you must get your phone out now and scan that QR code and go book your tickets,
81.
because according to Reece
David, you
Robinson,
require
you must see him.
167.
Starts down to go up. We'll never know if he was going to go for the ball.
102. $60. David, you require 65.
Double 18 for the opening leg.
29. Steve, you require 119.
Doesn't go, and so Brown looking to steal on 119. It's going to be one dart of the bullseye. But that goes astray.
77.
And so Schlichting
David, you
comes
require
back for double
36.
18 to take the opening leg. Now double 9. Can he just kiss it off the barrel?
27.
Maybe just too far.
Steve, you require 42. $10. David, you require
Just
9.
symbolising there or signalling that he felt he didn't throw that dart through, that he felt he hooked it a little bit.
Game shot on the first leg. David
We're talking
Schlichting.
about Mr. Must-See Reece Robinson already been in Saturday night. At the moment, David Schlichting is Mr. Can't Lose.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
There is a situation here that could really present itself very profitable for David Schlichting. If he was to win this game, and then James Richardson beats Scott Taylor, he'd be 4 points clear after just 4 laps of fixtures.
$100.
The Turtle may not be tiptoeing his way towards finals night. He might well be sprinting towards it at that rate.
96.
I suppose it continues a little bit of a theme with darts players and animals. You got the turtle, the ferret.
46.
The cobra.
140.
There's no T-Rexes though, is there? Oh yeah, of course, you got Mikel Buckner, the tungsten T-Rex.
42.
Thankfully now, a thing of the past.
100. Steve, you require 140.
140 for Brown. Double 10. Just skims the wire, and so Schlichting
David,
comes
you require
back
160.
for 160.
140. Steve, you require 20. Game shot on the second
Double
leg.
10
Steve
foul
Brown.
for Brown. He levels up at 1 apiece. 16 data there to level proceedings. Yeah, you look
Third
good,
leg,
David.
it's David to throw first.
Just give the hair a
Game
little bit
on.
of a twizzle. Yeah, be fine. You look great, sir.
$140.
I'm definitely getting Will from the In-Betweeners vibes about David Schlichting.
41.
Is that because he came in with a briefcase this morning?
58.
Maybe that could be his new darts case. He could get like a darts case that looks like a briefcase.
55.
I feel sorry for David because he's probably never seen that programme.
57.
Get him a badge saying, "Hi, my name is David."
To be fair, it makes sense because you spent all day yesterday going, Phil.
60.
Yeah, I might be calling upon you later in Group B as well, actually, because Tom Lonsdale likes to do some
58.
funky things on the dartboard. I like it when we've got this, two nice conventional players who do normal things on the dartboard, who go
125.
the traditional routes.
Feisty one you are.
137.
Excellent there from Schlichting to leave himself something really makeable.
60.
Brown
David, you
on a
require
finish, but it is a
51.
big one. 51 for Schlichting for 2-1. And it's double 16
Game shot on the third
to
leg.
put himself
David
back in front.
Schlichting.
17 dart leg to re-establish that advantage.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
A little bit of a G up there. He's firing himself up.
81.
I think he knows that he's potentially playing himself into a position here where he can qualify. I think he came here for
100.
experience, to enjoy this. He's watched this on the TV before. This was a bit of a target for him to get here.
80.
Ooh. That was like a telling off.
97.
A little bit of a point to the camera. Steve knows where it is.
100.
Oh, he's doing it again. Ooh. Bit of tension out there. If he hits a max, there would have been a real
Steve, you require
outpouring
140.
of emotion, that was for sure. If this 164 goes,
41.
there'll be a real outpouring of emotion.
David, you require 164.
That's for sure. Another one of them. The bullseye.
133. Steve, you require 99.
The ice cream for Brown. Can he give it a licking? He doesn't give it a hit.
83. David, you require 31.
Schlichting, a chance to break the throw here of Brown and put himself in the driver's seat for the match.
It's double 14, his choice of double.
Game shot on the
and now
fourth
Steve
flag.
Brown
David
is in a whole
Schlichting.
world of trouble. Schlichting's on the hill in this game, and it may well put himself in a promising position in this group.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $81.
This is a real interesting dynamic, these two. Because
85.
David's just playing with this laissez-faire attitude, and we know with Steve that he plays with his real vigour. You know how they say styles make fights? Maybe the differences in the way that they attack the game are just becoming apparent here and just giving us a little bit of a
134
spectacle off the hockey particularly, and giving us some good stuff on it.
100. $100.
140 here would be absolutely golden.
60.
60 leaves a monstrous task, but he did just have a dart at the bullseye to do it. This
85.
time, if he can land it,
David, you
he will
require
be getting 8 points out of a
164.
possible 8 to kick off his Group C campaign. It's on.
96.
And so it is
Steve, you
Hail
require
Mary
97.
time for Steve Brown as he goes for tops.
Game shot
to
on the
save
fifth leg.
the game.
Steve Brown.
And some real peacockery from the bomber. These two are absolutely loving every single second of this.
Sixth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
I think it was the wink that did it for me.
95.
Shades of the Ann Robinsons. However, in this round, David Schlichting's been the
140.
strongest link.
$45.
I always dreamt as a child I'd like to present that programme.
You had big ambitions then, did you?
135.
You know, most people as children like dream, I want to play for Man United. I want to be a WWE wrestler. You wanted to present the weakest link.
$140. $34. David, you require
For
86.
the match, and he's got time. Doesn't have to chase the bull, and he's not going to.
46.
Lovely setup after just 12 darts. Brown in a bit of bother. But 4 from 4.
58.
8 points.
David, you require 40. Game shot and the match. David Schlichting.
David Schlichting completes the job in the end. Steve Brown played his part. He gave David Schlichting plenty to think about the 97 finish, but it's a finger wag from David Schlichting. Game played in really good spirits, but the biggest story of them all is David Schlichting is still unbeaten, and he opens up a gap at the top of the table. Scott Taylor comes up next against James Richardson.
It's the final final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw David Schlichting beat Steve Brow by 4-2. What a game that was, playing a great spirit. And that means the German goes top of the pile. We'll give you confirmation of that in just a second. But next up for us, it's Scott Taylor up against James Richardson. As far as these two days are concerned, well, Scott Taylor has won two out of his three matches. James Richardson, the reverse of those fortunes. But it is Scott with the darts in our 12th match of the day.
100.
Mightily impressed with David Schlichting today. Didn't have too much go his own way in his Group A campaign, but everything's going his way so far. He's the only player yet to taste defeat. He has one more game to come. That is our next match. He'll take on Jarno Bottenberg.
140.
But this is one of those games that could really open up this group.
41.
For that to happen, James Richardson would have to beat Scott Taylor. If not, Scott Taylor will go
125
in those qualification places. The table is starting to form.
Well, the bookies don't give James Richardson much of a chance. They have him as the 6-4 outsider in this two-horse race. Scott Taylor 1-2 on favourite, and he's got 6 darts on here to take up the opening leg, having left 1-3-6 after 9. It's a fast start from the quick-fire Lancastrian thrower.
119. Scott, you require 88.
18. Double 18 leads double 16.
Shot on the first leg.
For 1-0 lead to Scott Taylor. Quick fire, brilliance.
Second leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
I've noticed something here with Scott Taylor, and it might be so trivial that you're probably thinking, why on earth are you talking about this? But it's something that I recognise because it's something I do within myself. I always tuck my shirt
58.
in. I'm one of a rare player that actually does that. Scott Taylor at the start of the day was tucking in his shirt. He's untucked it now. Now, was that a case of
139.
Maybe if you're a player that tucks your shirt in and you don't tuck it in correctly, you can get a bit of a tug. There's a certain way of doing
140.
I wonder if he just felt a little bit uncomfortable with the tucked in shirt, because I don't remember him doing that before.
128.
I think that was quite a new thing.
Are you one of those kids at school who used to get told off for not having his shirt tucked in?
94.
Probably didn't attend enough to get told off for not having the shirt in. Ironically, then became a teacher.
62.
Am I the only commentator at the Super Series who actually went to school? Yourself, Mace?
23.
Double 16 for Richardson
32.
to teach Taylor a lesson.
Game shot on the second
Does
leg.
so, 13
James
darts to
Richardson.
1-1. This has been some game thus far. 15 and 13, these first 2 legs have been won in. And Richardson,
third leg, it's
as
Scott
we see
to throw
so
first.
often here at the
Game
Super
on.
Series, chalking his darts up.
100.
Well, so he's been talking his darts up.
57.
'He's been a bit more deliberate as well, Scott Taylor, in his approach.
91.
Not quite as snappy to the yockey as he was earlier on.
60. 59. 100.
So this leg up in the offing, but Taylor just with the advantage, courtesy of having the throw. But this would change the complexion of things completely as he finds his and the game's first maximum. And is it going to be quickly followed by the second?
140. Scott, you require 71.
2 10s.
Game shot on the
for
third
2-1.
leg. Scott Taylor.
And every single leg in this game has been won in the 5th visit of the leg. Such has been the standard up to
Fourth
press.
leg, it's James to throw first.
Richardson
Game on.
with it to do. Taylor halfway to victory.
100. 140.
Scott Taylor is producing the darts that he did at the start of the day before that bit of a midday blip.
57.
I've seen him not top of the table, where the bookies expected to see him come the close of play.
100. 60.
And now Richardson's throw is in a world of trouble. Taylor taking the darts. But could do with a treble here.
97.
Does so with the last dart. First to a finish. Richardson needs a couple in this visit to leave himself on 1. Finds the second to leave himself on 144.
Scott, you require 164.
But it is Taylor with first poke on 164, and it's not going to go.
31. James, you require 144.
Another one of them, and that first dart was plumb in the bed. The
128. Scott,
it's
you require
delightful. It leaves him on
133.
888. Oh, another one of them. Oh,
Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott Taylor.
That is absolutely superb from Scott Mitchell. Treble 19, double 19, double 19.
Fifth leg,
And
it's
he's
Scott to throw
3-1.
first.
Where's Scott
Game
Mitchell
on.
come from? He'll be on a tractor somewhere, won't he?
96.
Getting his farming done.
$137.
On a tractor in his welly boots.
Can someone find Phil Bars and bring him back down here?
100.
Meanwhile, Scott Taylor's taking out 133 finishers.
108.
Max for James Richardson.
And another interesting point of things that are actually happening in this game is we've not yet missed a dart at a double. 4 from 4.
83.
In fact, it's 5 from 4 because of the double-double.
James
40.
Richardson is averaging 108 and losing 3-1.
Who to? Scott Taylor or Scott Mitchell?
140. James, you require 144.
It's like that Dagenham and Redbridge thing, isn't it? It's unfair because you'll play 2 teams.
60. Scott, you require 82.
For the match, 82.
42. James,
to
you require
extend
84.
this game some more. It may well only be a dart of the bull. But the
Game
middle
shot
of
on
the
the fifth
diddle
leg,
solves
James
the riddle, and
Richardson.
Richardson's back in it, gets the break. 3-2 the score. And he's firing himself up.
Sixth leg, it's
he
James
has
to
the
throw
throw in the
first.
sixth
Game
to send
on.
us all the way to a decider once again.
Scott Taylor sat on top, ready to pounce, ready to win the match. 43. And James Richardson, one dart in hand at the bullseye. That is quality darts, that from James.
Scott Mitchell would have taken it out.
93.
And that run continues as well. We're yet to see a dart missed at the double, and that now includes the bullseye as well. 2 from 2 for Richardson.
48.
3 from 3 for Scott Taylor. This is a masterclass of doubling.
94. $140.
Scott Taylor just keeps getting embroiled in these battles.
99.
It does feel like everyone's bringing their A game when they're on stage with Scott Taylor.
60.
I guess that's his own fault.
$100.
How much pressure is this 115 going to be under?
140.
Severe pressure. This
Scott,
would
you
be
require
for a
115.
second-ton topper to win the match for Scott Taylor. Double 18 for the match.
79.
It's his first miss at a
James,
double.
you require 70.
And it was a double to win it. This to send us to a decider.
He's not going to get a dart. The double, a slip, has just potentially give Scott Taylor his first touch of
30.
fortune today.
Scott, you require 36.
So for the match, Scott Taylor, double 18. To seal a 4-2 victory, which would put him on to
Game
6
shot
points.
and the match.
And that
Scott
is exactly
Taylor.
what he does with some style and some substance. A real solid performance. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. An average over 93.5. James Richardson exits stage left with a bit of work to do. That's now just 1 win from 4. As for Scott Taylor, the 1-3-3, the highlight. He beats Richardson 4-2. Next up, David Schlichting against Jarno Bottenberg.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're in Group C and there are 3 fixtures left to fulfill on Thursday as we get to the halfway stage of this group, and David Schlichting is looking for a perfect day. If he defeats Jarno Bottenberg in this last match, he'll get exactly that before James Richardson takes on Andy Hamilton, and the best of the rest, Scott Taylor, taking on Steve Brown in the last match of the session. In terms of the table, with one match to play today, Schlichting top of it and looking to achieve the perfect 10. Taylor not far behind him, but Hamilton, Richardson and Brown all have work to do and may indeed need a closing win if they are going to have hopes tomorrow. But the question is, can Schlichting make it 5 out of 5? We're going to find out in the company of Matthew and Henry.
Yep, thank you very much, Chris. And so this man has been ultra impressive today. David Schlichting winning each of his opening 4 matches, and only one person stands in his way of a perfect day, and that's Jarno Bottenberg. Here at the church,
First leg, it's David to throw
Jarno
first.
For a bit of
game on.
Anti-de-establishment Aryanism, which basically means opposition to the establishment in the Church of England.
85.
We are in a church.
Could you spell that for me?
140.
We'll probably be here for 7 legs.
Let's see if this game goes 7 legs.
134.
David Schlichting keeps raising the standards. If he could leave here today,
60.
winning 5 from 5, I reckon he'd stage dive off the stage, even though there's no one to catch him.
60.
Everybody now is hoping that David wins.
58.
Well, he's in command of this first leg on throw.
105.
And for cover down on the 25, leaves himself on 17. But Bottenberg has been the maximum man today.
140.
But he couldn't open his account for
David,
this game.
you require 117.
In that particular visit, but leaves himself on a finish. If this 117 doesn't go, it's all about the treble 19 now. That can't be attained. And so Bottenberg comes back for 103
Jarno,
to
you
take the
require
opening leg against
103.
the darts. Treble 19 found. Tops.
Game shot on the first
For
leg.
1-0
Jarno
lead.
Bottenberg.
And even he knows where the camera is. Smile for the camera, boys.
There's something going on here,
Second
isn't
leg,
there?
it's Jarno to throw first.
I reckon
game on.
The players have been turning up the banter dial on David
93.
Schlichting because of the cameras. Because last time he was on the stage, Steve Brown was winking at the cameras, he was wagging at the cameras, he was doing everything. And now, you know,
46.
Bottenberg's doing the same. I think they've been giving him a little bit of a ear bashing.
58.
The players here giving out a real Penguins of Madagascar mentality vibe. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Oh,
65.
that's bounced in and out. It's spat out of that second dart in the 5.
$46.
Bottenberg's going to look at this opening leg and a half from David and think this may well be an opportunity where he could be a bit susceptible at the end of the day.
100.
Still has the darts here, does the Dutchman in this second leg, but could do with a treble here.
90.
Finds it with the last dart.
$100. $96.
This is one of those results that would really shape the table up overnight and give us everything we expected. A very, very tight, unpredictable group.
96. Jarno, you require 118.
As Bottenberg got his number. Will stay there because the treble would have left double 19.
58.
Schlichting back
David,
for 94.
you require 94.
To level proceedings up here. Got options. and goes for the 18s. And so that leaves 76. Has to find something with this second dart. And of course, he went for the bullseye and he found the 25. He could have had a secondary option at the ball. But Bottenberg here, 60 for a 2-0 lead. Tops is what he wants. Now double 15.
30.
Schlichting's back for a level match.
David, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg. David Schlichting.
Nice. No dramas. That's what you want in this situation. When you're just trying to close out your day, you don't want to be getting it last start in hand and having that
Third leg,
unnecessary
it's David
stress.
to throw
Just
first.
step up.
Game on.
Deliver the task. And also let your opponent know that you're in firm control of everything.
100. 100. 57.
Remember, this is just session 1 of 2 that we're going to be bringing to you this evening at the Super Series. We're going to be back tonight for all of the Group B action, which is going to consist of David Davis, Tom Lonsdale, Kevin Edwards, Lee Coxon, Matthew Denham. We're going to be live on Sporty
43.
Stuff TV from 10 o'clock this evening, all the way through to its conclusion at around about 1 o'clock. And then we do this cycle all again tomorrow
100.
afternoon from 1, and then the evening from 10, before we find out who's going to be in Saturday night's final. It's a 7:30 start on the Super Series YouTube channel.
56.
Before then, joining our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock. And reminder, if you are tuning in and you haven't done so already, don't forget to
140.
subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel. Plenty of bonus goodies available there. Plenty of tailor-made content available for you at the press of a button.
140. Yano, you require
Bottenberg
104.
104 for the break. Goes to 16's route. Because that leaves him
Game
tops.
shot on the third
and that
leg.
puts him
Yano
2-1 up.
Bottenberg.
And that is a celebration just to say to David Schlichting, you're not going to have it all your own way. And he's going to have to
Fourth leg, it's Yano
battle
to throw
hard here,
first.
is the
Game
German,
on.
if he is to win this pan-ADC European battle.
60.
103 and the 104 checkout now for Jarno in this game. It's probably been the one area of his game that's just been lacking
58.
a little, just lacking a touch.
140.
But he's got the other factors. He's got the power scoring down to a T. 9 maximums so far today. 21 in his Group
57.
A campaign. 30 maximums for the week.
Well, at this point, we'll be straggling on
140.
record territory if he carries on in this vein and he qualifies for Saturday night's final. The record for most maximums in a week
60.
in
Yano,
Super
you
Series
require
history
161.
is 65 from Luke Littler. Bottenberg looks for the ball. He gets the
Game
ball.
shot on the
It's a
fourth leg.
1-6-1.
Yano
It's a
Bottenberg.
smirk to the camera. It's a big finish. It's a big celebration. And it could be a big turning point in the group because Schlichting is
Fifth
staring
leg, it's David
defeat in
to
the
throw
face.
first.
His first of Group
Game
C.
on.
Bottenberg a leg away from the win.
And he's got an opportunity
140.
here of winning the match, all with Tumplers checkouts. A very rare feat here at the Super Series.
45.
It's only been done in a one-off special Champion of Champions event back in Southampton. It was done by Graham Usher. He did that with a 9 against
105.
Dan Reed in a 4-2 victory back in the July of 2022.
140.
That was my first ever 9 data on commentary, that was.
$58.
I'm sure there'll be many, many more.
96.
The standard here at the Super Series continues to increase.
$55.
Potential opening of a 2 treble visit here for Bottenberg. Looking for another.
96.
David,
David,
he's
you require
cheering on single treble
143.
visits now. He's so dialed in.
40. Yano, you require 124.
Can he wrap it up with another tumpless finish?
56.
Not to be, and so
David, you require 103.
Save the game. 103 for Schlichting. Treble 16 was what he was requiring,
55.
and it doesn't go on
Yano,
this
you
occasion.
require
And so
68.
this for the match and a 4-1 victory, and to condemn Schlichting to his first defeat
shot
of the
and the
day.
match,
Yano
Yano
Bottenberg
Bottenberg
with a big win to put him onto 6 points overnight. He's the first player to defeat David Schlichting today, with some big, powerful finishing and some big celebrations to boot. The pair exchange a laugh and a joke at the end, all jovial, all told, and that is the story of the game. 3-ton plus checkouts, a 92 average, and 4 out of 6 on the finishing. Coming up after the break, Richardson against Hamilton.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the Super Series on Sporty Stuff TV, where this man, James Richardson, is looking to end with his second victory of the day, as is his opponent, Andy Hamilton, who got his first chalk on the board last time out, beating Yano Bottenberg by 4 legs to 0. This pair have been around the tour for many a year, and both big achievements both came in the World Championships of 2012, where Andy Hamilton made it all the way through to the final, whilst James Richardson beat Raymond van Barneveld in the first round by 3-0. And who can forget that infamous Vindaloo walk-on
First leg, it's James to throw
from
first.
James Richardson.
Game on.
He actually promised us a Vindaloo this week, did James.
134.
I've not seen any curry in front of my desk, so James, we'd much oblige if you can change that fact tomorrow.
Do you know one of my favourite World Championship Andy Hamilton moments?
Go on.
He was taking on Joe Mernon. And Joe Mernon
100.
won a leg and thought he'd won the match. And he turned around to shake Andy Hamilton's hand. And Hammer just stood there staring at him. Says, "There's a leg to go, pal." We've all been there once or twice. Remember when Glenn Durrant thought he'd won the Isle of Man and he celebrated it? He didn't even hit the double.
Does Glenn Durrant just live rent-free in your head?
100.
Only certain moments.
I suppose we're all going to have that one person that live rent-free in our head. I have a hotel of people
57.
stuck in my head rent-free.
James, you require 167.
Richardson, 6 darts on 167 to take out this first leg.
$121.
That first dart, a perfect reply in terms of the setup.
$46. James, you require
For the
46.
opening leg in pretty ferocious fashion. It's 2 at top, Sir Richardson.
Shot on a
and he only
first
needs
leg.
the one.
James
That's a
Richardson.
14 darter to begin proceedings. Richardson on the board, leading Hamilton by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
James Richardson will have a tag today, which no player really wants, which is the most unlucky loser. He averaged only 97 in his last match and still came off with a 4-2 defeat.
39.
That at the hands of Scotty Taylor, who will be coming up in our last match against Stevie Brown.
Yeah, Scott Taylor took out a
96.
1-3-3 finish in amongst that game. The checkout only trumped by the 161 of Bottenberg in our previous match.
That being our best finisher of the week so far. Better in the 150.
57.
That was hit by Steve Brown on Tuesday morning.
41.
Just getting the feeling here, we've got one player that's got a bit of tempo towards the end of the day, while it's Andy Hamilton just maybe going through the gears a little bit. He
140.
now in game 14 of the day. These are long days for the players who play 5 matches.
96.
In particular, Steve Brown, who played the first game of the day, and he's going to play the last. He is our bookender for the night.
$83.
You see the look of dejection over the face of Andy Hamilton. It's just kind of not happened for him today. He probably would have expected a lot more than this. He did come into this
81.
decent enough form. It's just one of those days where you put the question mark on it and go, what went wrong there? He has got a win on the board, so would have a
84.
slim chance still of getting through. But it would be a clinging on by the fingernails type chance.
95.
Good find with the last
Andy, you
start.
require
Hamilton.
98.
First poke on the 98 to level up at 1-1. It's going to be double 19. Can he just nudge one on top?
60.
No is the answer. Richardson.
James, you require
comes
92.
back looking at 92 for a 2-0 lead. Perfect first start.
60.
But not a perfect find on the
Andy, you
double, and
require
Hamilton will get a
38.
second bite. Does he split or does he hit? Splits, double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
The split
Andy Hamilton.
equates to the hit, and Hamilton equalises at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on. '89. '57.
Much slower pace for Andy Hamilton compared to the other players in this group, and that can just get a bit tricky to play when
100.
you're not finding that consistency. It's one of those things that you don't tend to notice. When you're playing well, you don't notice the other player's pace. It's when you start to struggle a little bit, you think, I just want to get on with this. Come on, get out the way.
60.
But Richardson, again, is one of those players that can change a leg on a sixpence because he has this innate ability to find a maximum out of absolutely nowhere.
121.
But that was a bit of a fly with the last, but he still puts himself in the ascendancy in this leg. Hamilton quite simply needs to hit a max, and that's just to keep him in touch.
140.
Even a 140 doesn't really do too much. It doesn't amount to much.
140.
Especially when Richardson finds a purple patch at a perfect time. Needs another.
98. James, you require 51.
11 for tops is the preferred route of James Richardson. Sometimes when you throw a dart, you can feel like it's going to go in, and there was a little bit of a wobble there for Richardson, as if to say he expected it to have gone in, which tells you a good sign that he feels like he's throwing the darts well.
Game on.
One more game following the conclusion of this one. Steve Brown against Scott Taylor. And then we're back tonight, aren't we? 10 o'clock for another session. We do it all again.
10 games in Group B. Wide open Group B.
135.
But they're going to have to try and beat Matty Dennant, I believe. He's the bookie's favourite, and rightly so.
'96.
I'm sure the King's Head pub will be watching in big numbers. Scholar will be hoping to teach Group B a lesson, but
100.
We'll find that out in the evening session. Very much here, our focus on Richardson and Hamilton. Richardson leading 2-1, but Hamilton here with the darts looking to make headroom in the fourth.
'57.
Opening here for Richardson. But he has to find a couple of trebles. One may not be enough.
43.
Nothing leaves Hamilton in full command of this leg.
$180.
Big visit at a big time. And just when it looked like at 2-1, Richardson could begin to race away with the match, Hamilton has just found something to keep him at bay.
85. Andy, you require 45.
And a loose last start as well for Richardson. Offers Andy Hamilton a little bit more time than he maybe would have felt he would have got after seeing that treble 20 from James Richardson.
Shot on the fourth leg, Andy Hamilton.
16 again for Andy Hamilton, a 14 darter on this occasion. And he's keeping himself well and truly in the mix here.
Fifth leg, it's James to throw
both players
first.
in the same situation.
Game on.
They've both only won one game today. This is kind of must-win for both.
You could effectively call this a bit of a
100.
playoff as to seeing who's going to have the most realistic chance of qualifying tomorrow.
$121.
I think the issue for the pair is the fact that tomorrow this will be their first game as well. The fixtures reversed.
$180.
There's the maximum from Andy Hamilton, a maximum called by Jack Gar. He's had to call a few of them today.
97.
A bit special, hasn't it? The 180 hitting from the players today. But it keeps coming up, this 170. Are we going to see it finally reeled in? James Richardson, the latest to throw his hat into the
60.
attempt ring.
James, you require 170.
The fish. Preposterous. Possible. Nailed.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Reeled
James
in
Richardson.
by Richardson to lead 3-2. That was something out of the top drawer.
Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
And this is where I say I felt like it was coming. It's been left so many times today. It was going to go eventually. The biggest finish of them all goes to James Richardson.
80.
And you can see that sort of experience of him, not getting carried away with the big moment and the big finish. He knows there's a job to be completed
180.
here. Not even a thumbs up for the 180. This is business head James Richardson. This could be the greatest 9-darter we've ever seen. If he does it off the back of a 170.
This is Alan Michael Van Gerwen against
38.
Rob Cross at the UK Open back in 2016.
Back in our chairs.
42.
Back in our lanes.
Back to business for James Richardson. The points is the most important thing right now.
$100.
And Richardson has stolen the Hamilton darts here in the sixth.
99.
He's on the precipice now of victory. A win that would just keep him in the equation going into day two. Remember, he's already had a crack at the Super Series in Series 5. He was eliminated in
33.
Group C last time out. The story that time was of big
41.
scoring but low checkout ratios, and it's been kind of similar here, missing big doubles at big times. But if he can fire off a victory here, he's still in amongst it.
$140. James, you require 139.
Needed 2 trebles and he was nowhere near the first one. And that 140 from Andy Hamilton might have just reopened this leg at a point where we're starting to think that James Richardson
39.
might be about to kick on and get this game
Andy,
won.
you require 110.
He's had a lot of success in the double 16 area of the board. Not going to have an opportunity to leave that. Doesn't leave anything, Richardson. A match
36.
opportunity.
James, you require 100.
tops. But there was not much he could have really played
60.
with there. And so
Andy,
Hamilton comes back
74.
for 74 to send us all the way to a deciding leg in game 14 of our day. But he's missed a big number. And so now it's 13. The treble leaves double 12. But it moves inside
62.
and Richardson comes back. Tops
James,
for
you
the
require
match.
40.
Tops to put him on to 4 points after 5 games.
Game shot.
And
the match,
Richardson
James
just hangs
Richardson.
about the equation. He beats Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 2, just to keep him in with a sniff overnight. 2 wins from 5 in his day. Work for both to do tomorrow, in particular Andy Hamilton. Richardson getting over the line with an average just under 93.5. 4 out of 8 on the doubles, but the highlight was Richardson reeling the fish in. One more game to go. It's Steve Brown against Scott Taylor, and that's coming up after this short break.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're about to get underway in our final game of the session. It sees Steve Brown in action up against Scott Taylor. Before the break, we saw Richardson nail in the big fish in a 4-2 victory against Andy Hamilton. And so this will set in situ how the table look overnight. A win for Scott Taylor will put him level on points with David Schlichting and dependent on the margin of victory. Well, he would, with a victory, go top of the table overnight.
57.
If he wins 4-3, he'll go above David Schlichting on the legs won metric. If he wins 4-2 or better, he'll go
100.
top on legs difference. Up against him, Steve Brown, who's got a solitary victory to his name today and desperately needs another one to keep him amongst the mix.
96.
I think the most encouraging thing for Steve Brown today, though, is once again he steps up those levels.
180.
It looked very bleak Monday, Tuesday. I even posed the question that if it continued, would we even see Steve Brown take part in a Thursday, Friday campaign? But he's starting to find some good stuff. And he's going to be a danger here to Scott Taylor.
86.
If he does win this, we'll be on 8 points. That'll be 4 wins from his opening day. And I can tell you, any of the players who get 4 wins on their opening day are going to be leaving here happy.
81. Scott, you require 135.
So Taylor first to finish on 135. Goes bullseye first. 70 remaining. And so Brown
79.
comes back for
Steve, you require
the hurricane finish, the whirlwind finish, the 147. He's potted the red, he's potted the green, and he has found the
Steve
double
Brown.
for the Crucible finish. A 1:47 for Steve Brown to take the first leg off of Scott Taylor with a moment of sheer brilliance.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to go back to something I said earlier on about
57.
Scott Taylor. He seems to keep walking into everybody's best.
115.
I'd love to know who he upset this morning, because everyone's chosen violence against this guy. But he keeps coming back to the well, and he keeps throwing superb darts. But by way of
96.
response, someone finds something back.
Wonder if he walked under any ladders on his way here.
123.
Probably smashed a mirror underneath that ladder.
60. Scott, you require 141.
Well, it's a few darts too late, Scott. 141 is not going to be done on this occasion.
93. 40. Scott, you require 48.
He's got 6.
Game
Only
shot on the
needs the 2.
second leg,
That's a
Scott
14
Taylor.
darter in response from Scott Taylor. Level we are at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $120.
Well, that's not just bounced out. It's just basically sent the equipment go everywhere. He's going to have to run a pit stop. Guido, it's time!
43.
And that was quick. That was McLaren-esque. Pit stop.
140.
McLaren actually broke the record for fastest pit stop in Formula One history a couple of weeks ago. 1.8 seconds.
134.
Wow. I'm just trying to think what I could actually do in 1.8 seconds.
60. 60. 65.
Control here from Steve Brown in this leg. I feel Scott Taylor needs to find a max, which he's not going to be able to do. So Steve
60.
Brown
Steve, you require
will
116.
have time on his hands to regain the lead.
Tot, so what would be his second ton plus finish of the
96.
match?
I do wonder why he flicked his eyes to the scoreboard there to have a look where Scott Taylor was.
140. Steve, you require 20.
It was like he was seeing if he was under pressure on it or not.
Game shot on the third leg.
Maybe
Steve
he likes
Brown.
the pressure. Maybe he likes the urgency.
Well, there's no more urgent time than a game that can save your group
Fourth
campaign,
leg, it's
because
Scott to throw
by
first.
winning this game, not just
Game
does he
on.
move himself on 4, he keeps Scott at bay on 6. It keeps everybody, even Andy Hamilton, who's won just a solitary game today,
140.
in the equation. Oh, and that's just
140.
dangled its way in, and he had to run for that.
See, it's interesting there because Steve
137.
ran and dived to sort of come underneath the dart so it wouldn't drop out. But actually, if he did just ran and touched the dart, that would still count as
57.
retrieved because it would count as disturbed. You don't have to physically have that dart in your hand. You just have to touch the dart.
And a ruling as far as darts entering the board. The point
96.
has to penetrate. That's the ruling under the auspices of the law.
100. Scott, you require 128.
128 for a level game, and he's got 6 from here, Scott Taylor.
88.
Taylor leaving tops after 12.
40.
And there's another one that falls
Scott,
out.
you require 40. Game shot on the
Not this
fourth
going to
flag.
matter. It
Scott
was all
Taylor.
academic. Taylor brings it back to 2-2. And his reliability on that top part of the board has come
Fifth
to fruition
flag, it's
again.
Steve to throw first. Game on. $120.
He keeps losing darts on the floor. We're testing out that back, seeing if it's any better today, that's for sure. If the dart was just to be resting on the fascia of the board, on the scoring segment, that would still have counted, but you would have needed one of the other darts to sort of support that on the board.
42.
My neck, my back, my darts ain't going on track.
60. $134.
And that even goes for like the side of the point. The side of the point can be touching the fascia of the board. It doesn't have to be the
57.
absolute front of the point. Either way, these aren't questions we need answering right now because Steve Brown's are clearly falling on the floor.
100.
He is losing darts all day. He's just trying to work out if he can leave a finish. He's kind of snookered himself
59.
a little bit with that switch.
And the problem is, it's a bit like a snooker player that suffers from a couple of kicks. It just enters your psyche, and at any moment you just worry about
85.
it falling out. You actually play defensively, don't you, as a circumstance?
105. Scott, you require 140.
Another one of them. That's perfectly sat. Tops, but just evades
100.
the second.
Steve, you require 100.
Steve attempting to do the same. Instead, he's left the door ajar here for Scott Taylor to come
40.
back at dart tops. 3 in his
Scott,
hand.
you require
To
40.
take the lead for the first time in this match.
And that important leg 5 break that you've so often been talking about
Game
being
shot on
the
the
most
fifth
pivotal
leg,
in the
Scott
game.
Taylor.
And Scott Taylor finds it to lead 3-2, and he finds himself within a leg of victory now.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Steve with a
Game on.
slightly ironic eyebrow roll in the background, thinking, why always me? Well, that's what Scott Taylor's been thinking
100.
at times. He's been hit with some haymakers. But if he can win this
100.
game, he will go top of the pile. He'll be the player who holds the ascendancy, that holds the aces
91.
overnight. Don't forget that we are going to be back at 10 o'clock this evening for all the Group B action. 10 o'clock start for us here at the Super Series.
140.
Be a little bit of dinner and then straight back in for us here at the Live Lounge. And don't forget, if you haven't been with us throughout the duration of the day, first of all, where have you been? And secondly, you can tune into
97.
the best of the action through our highlights package available on the Super Series YouTube channel.
140.
And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to drop us a subscribe, because on top of the live action, plenty of other great bonus content, including the Bullseye Challenge, which is going down a storm on social media.
79. Steve, you require 121.
Brown here, 121 to send us all the way to a last leg decider. Not to be this time. And it'd be so reminiscent to Scott Taylor if he can finish off the day with a big finish on the 134. Be ironic considering what's been
97.
hit against him so far.
Scott, you require 134.
May have to go. Brown is sat on a double to break back and to send us all the way to a decider. It's not going to go.
132.
Well,
Steve,
okay.
you require 24.
He's effectively saying this is going to go.
Game
And he
shot
was
on the
right in
sixth
saying
leg,
that.
Steve Brown.
As Brown sent us all the way to a last leg decider. And it's going to be the Bristolian
Seventh
with the
and
darts.
final leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
To round off our afternoon session with another last leg decider. It's kind of been the story of the day.
121.
It was a group that right from the onset we thought was going to be difficult to prize apart, and the running today has most certainly said that.
135.
We've had just 1 4-1 result all day and 2 4-0. Everything pretty much
121
has gone 6 legs or more. That's how hard it's been to prize everybody apart. Quite possibly the league standards could be
140.
suggestive of that. Because Brown has found a maximum visit to the perfect time to leave himself on 88 after 9. And Taylor here needs to find another one of his trademark visits.
90. Steve, you require 88.
This to put him onto 4 points overnight and to congeal this group table.
28.
Or can
Scott, you require 136.
Taylor finish off with a stunner. Another one of them. Leaves double 8.
120.
And that would have been some
Steve, you
way
require
to seal
60.
the job. Tops of Brown. Taylor's
Game
head
shot
is in his
and the
hands,
match,
and rightly
Steve
so,
Brown.
because Steve Brown has sealed a 4-3 victory against Scott Taylor to keep him locked on 6 points and to keep everybody in the race for qualification. Yes, David Schlichting will be top of the pile, but Scott Taylor has been kept at bay. Pretty much everybody's in the mix after the end of day 1, and Scott Taylor, despite an average of 104.2, has been down 4-3 by Steve Brown with that 147 finish and 4 out of 6 when it came to the finishing. And so Brown, the victor in our final game of the day by 4 legs to 3.
Yeah, good win for Steve Brown to end the day. Potentially damaging for Scott Taylor, but first of all, what a fun day it's been.
It has. It's been a really good day, and it's been sort of to and fro. There's sort of been no real person that sort of kicked on and looked like they're going to run away with this. In terms of the standard, Scott Taylor has been playing incredible throughout the day, and I'd probably say he's been quite harshly treated in terms of the results that he's come out with. When we look at dart players, we'll know them. There'll be players there that think that they always run into someone's best performance. Today, Scott Taylor actually has.
Yeah, the results there don't really tell the story for him. David Schlichting, you'll have seen his name was in yellow for the first 4 there, but finally just lost his last match.
Yeah, much improved performance as well today from David Schlichting, and he just looked a lot more calm and collected with what he was doing. I don't know whether he was chasing in Group A, sort of came a little bit behind, but even his antics on stage and just the way he sort of, his whole demeanour, he just seems so much more at home on there, and it's coming through in the results.
Yeah, he got that brilliant start against Andy Hamilton, the 4-0 there, and then a fantastic display against Scott Taylor, who was the favourite for this group. Schlichting had been 3-1 down in this match, so showed a bit of fight and character as well as a style that we've become accustomed to.
And it's great to sort of see this coming through and learn. It's quite often we forget, and I think we forget due to the fact that Luke Littler's won this title twice at 16 years old, that when a player's 20, 21 years old, that's still very young in terms of the darting scene. That's why the development tour goes to the age it does, rightly or wrongly, or what people agree with or don't. But that's because there still are developing players at that age, considering that this sport traditionally is played by the older man. It's becoming a younger man's game now, and we're seeing sort of a nice blossoming here of David Schlichting.
Yeah, and he had a great game with Steve Brown as well. I mean, we've mentioned the way that David has been turning on the style. Steve Brown gave a bit of style himself here, a bit of swagger.
I love that. And we sort of saw it come from all the players, and it was against David. I think there's a bit of, and knowing how sort of practice room etiquette is, I think there's a little bit of something going on in that practice room where they're sort of giving him a little bit of banter, and it's coming through on the stage as well now, but coming through in sort of a well-controlled and channeled way, in the fact that actually we're getting really good darts off the back of it.
Yeah, we've also seen a real rally of big finishers towards the back end of the day. It all started with Scott Taylor and a fabulous 1-3-3 checkout. Now, just for viewers that were maybe listening but not looking, that is Scott Taylor, not Scott Mitchell. But yeah, a fantastic finish from him. Double-double to take it out.
some way to go as well, isn't it? It's not the traditional 1-3-3. Double 19. Players avoid that traditionally. They split that. Scott Taylor decided to hit 2 of them. So really intriguing finish and wasn't the best of them all.
Right. We take his 1-3-3 and we will raise it to a 1-6-1 from Jarno Bottenberg. Again, look who he's playing, so look what he does.
And this was a game in which Jarno Bottenberg didn't just hit this 1-6-1, he also took out a 103 and a 104 as well. So 3 big tumblers finishes in that game, and it was the only game in which David Schlichting was beaten today. So it really kept things alive. So it wasn't just a nice big flash finish that we all can sit and go, oh, that was lovely. It was actually very important as well in the context of this group.
And you're all sitting there thinking, well, I'm not quite satisfied yet. I've had the 1-3-3, I've had the 1-6-1. What else is there? Well, there was a 170. James Richardson with a fantastic big fish finish. And this was a significant win for him, wasn't it? It really might have just sparked something ahead of tomorrow.
Well, it keeps him alive. It keeps him with an opportunity. The last thing you want to do is come in here feeling like you've got to win 5 matches and still hope for favours. You want to be able to keep it in your destiny and know that if you win all 5 games, you're likely to go through. He's got that now where it's still kind of in his own hands, because if you set yourself like a tournament points average of 14, you're more than likely to go through. He's got that in his own hands. If he wins 5 from 5 tomorrow, 14 points should be enough.
Yeah, well, let's show you the table, because it was looking like it was going one way today, with potentially Schlichting and then Taylor kind of being in his slipstream. But suddenly it's all closed up at the end of the day with those final results. Taylor and Bottenberg just 2 points off the top. So it means Schlichting's not safe, and Richardson and Brown maybe still in contention as well.
If you asked me at the start of the day to make an example of what the table would look like at the end of the day, it'd be that. I would just probably move some names around and put names in different places. And then if you asked me to do it again, I'd still keep the points the same, but I'd just put players in different places. So I think in terms of the points, it's exactly how I expected to see, where everyone's still kind of got a bit of an opportunity. It's just what order the players are in. And David Schlichting, I think, has got a massive advantage here, because there are 2 places available. And I think with this group, as we've seen with them all beating each other, he's got a massive advantage going into tomorrow.
We will see when it returns tomorrow, same time as today, 1 p.m. start on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, 3 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. And we're also back tonight, 10 p.m. for the start of Group B. We're going to show you the players in that group, right in the middle of your screen there. David Davis, Kevin Edwards, Matthew Dennant, Lee Cox and Tom Lonsdale. Of course, Reece Robinson already through to finals night. He won Group A. But what are your thoughts on that Group B?
I think it's open. I think there's an opportunity for everyone there. I think Matt Dennant's going to be one of the 3, if not the player that's going to top that group. If there's someone who's going to dominate that, it's Matt Dennant. He's got the quality and the experience and the best CV out of all the players in the group. I think the rest of them are going to be playing for places, and I think that it's going to be quite open. I think we could see any of the 2 go through with Matt Dennant out of the rest of the 4.
Could it be as fun as we've seen this afternoon?
I hope so.
We hope so as well, and we hope you join us for some more darting fun this evening. As I mentioned, we are live from 10 p.m. on both the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for viewers around the world, and in the UK, viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. So do join us. See you then.
After 13 weeks of action, this is the MODUS Super Series Champions Week final. We are live on Sporty Stuff TV here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And now would you please welcome to the stage the first of our finalists. Firstly, it's the Wizard, Colin Osborne. And now would you please welcome to the stage his opponent. He's the reigning and defending MODUS Super Series champion. It's the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Well, here we go. It is final time. £20,000 up for grabs. This is a £10,000 money match. The winner guaranteed 20, the runner-up 10. But more importantly, for this young man, an opportunity to be the first player to defend the Champions Week final. Up against Colin Osborne, 48, Middlesbrough, now residing in Derby. And this one, Nico, youth versus experience.
Indeed. This is what I'm calling the game for greatness. To be the greatest player in MODUS Super Series history, Osborne has only got one thing to achieve, and that is to win this game, to get his name on that. But for Littler, he could deny the wizard that little slice of greatness and create his own.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And there is a massive difference in dynamic. Colin won't care how he wins. He just wants to win. Where if it gets scrappy, like we've seen in the last one, Luke
97.
did get involved.
Will the crowd be a factor here?
58.
Because half of this audience have been cheering for the nuke.
Love the fact that they've all stayed to watch
58.
the finale.
I've just spoken to a couple of people on the balcony, and they've travelled 200 miles to be here tonight.
53.
That's the reach of coming here to the MODUS Super Series now. As for the players, over the last 3 months, they've come as far
45
as Australia, from Canada, all over the globe. But this
59
is 2 English players going for that big check. It may feel a bit like deja vu for Luke, because he's been here before against Jacob Taylor, who
85
was a very well-seasoned player.
$96.
Needed that treble. That's his first big treble of the final. You can see that Colin is a little edgy. Neither player
24
have settled yet.
It's not every day you play for £10,000 more, because they've already got 10,000 in the bank.
65.
Some of these finals are not about quality. They are about bottle.
Yeah, they're about controlling your emotions and dealing with adversity.
45.
Colin,
Luke
at
to
the
require
moment, the timing isn't there.
170.
He's not even getting to the end of his throw. Who is going to
40.
settle first?
Colin, you require
18
147.
darts thrown. Now they're on a finish. Could just be one visit that unlocks what they need for the rest of the match.
Luke, you require
One little key.
130.
Could be this 130. Bull.
105. Colin, you require 87.
He's been clutch tonight when he's needed to be.
69.
Not right there. Littler knows a thing or
Luke,
two
you
about a
require
25 checkout.
5. Ooh. Double 4.
21.
And Osborne on double 9.
Colin, you
Can be
require
tricky.
18.
Got to be aggressive.
Didn't even think about splitting it.
Game
And he
shot
gets
on
it
the
with the first
leg.
dart.
Colin
He
Osborne.
can consider himself fortunate to have had 24 darts to leave
Second
that
leg,
double
it's
9.
Luke to throw first. Game on.
But it proves that winning the bullseye in the practice room has paid dividends already.
140.
Now that first leg's been shaken off, they may start to perform.
41.
See how short the swing is from Colin Osborne.
140.
We've talked a lot this evening about people knowing each other really well throughout the week. This is the first meeting
60.
they've had all week. They have not crossed paths.
Colin should be experienced enough not
57.
to get drawn into the hype.
Do beg your pardon, I got that wrong. They played in Group B together, didn't they? What I was going to say was,
80.
where was Osborne?
Luke required 164.
When Littler was born?
57.
Littler was days old after Osborne was making his debut at the World Championship in 2007.
That's scary.
85.
There's your proof about clash
Luke
of generations.
107.
Sticking with double 16.
91.
And I don't get it. Sometimes I can see method in the madness. But this tactic here, we've said he's had problems in that department.
180.
Can't
Luke
afford any
requires
more.
60.
We've seen Osborne approach like that all night long, just in case.
Game shot on the second leg.
Is not fruitful
Luke
this
Littler.
time. Fair play to Luke for hitting that double four. That was well needed.
And that last start will hurt.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first.
After a match,
Game
you
on.
think, go on, I'd love one more go. Denied by the last start from Littler.
Well, how many times have we said that to ourselves as dart players?
99.
Oh, I'd love one more go.
And you think you're going to get one, and the moment you think you're going to get one, you don't.
77.
What this final is proving is that Luke is immune. You think about some of the finals he's had here in Portsmouth. He's never lost a knockout match. 109, 117
100.
in finals. This pressure is different. Or is he just warming up?
100.
He's feeling it.
Yeah, tonight, averages of 92.49, beating Osborne earlier on.
43.
And after that, 95.17 and 80% on doubles, beating Rhys Robinson in a very entertaining six-leg contest.
140.
In that semi-final that you've just seen.
There's Luke Littler just starting to turn the screw. The throw of Colin looks
99.
just off. And that's confirmed by the average. 74.
64. Colin, you require 160.
He's not going to find this one. Said earlier on,
100.
having the bull
Luke, you require
could
120.
pay dividends. He did in leg one. But his throw may be broken.
100.
Not quite.
Colin, you
How many
require
lives
60.
has Osborne used up over the last 3 days?
Calling him the cat.
Game shot on the third leg. Colin Osborne.
So far, this crowd is fairly muted.
Fourth leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
The thing is, if the longer you take to put Colin away, the more
134.
people believe he's going to lift the trophy.
Patience is one of those qualities that if you have it, boy, it can be useful.
137.
On
58.
Thursday, Littler beat Osborne by 4 legs to 1. That wasn't a great game. When they played on Friday, it was better.
55.
But Littler still won by 4 legs to 3. I mentioned that Littler beat him by 4 legs to 0 earlier on tonight.
93.
When we thought that maybe Osborne wasn't going to be cutting it here on finals night. It would be so typical of this format if the only win that Osborne gets would be against the person
79.
that's already beaten him 3 times.
Yeah, 3 out of 3. Again, he's just trying to apply a bit of pressure, but not for the first time. Luke's produced a 2-treble cover shot visit to take back control of the leg.
100.
Things are definitely settling in this
Luke
game now.
require 82.
Well, as a player, you're aware of the short format, aren't you?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Even more added pressure as the best leg of the match is completed by Luke Littler in 15 darts.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Had over twice as many shots at the double than Colin Osborne has Luke. 9
60
for Luke Littler, 4 at the double for Colin. Incredibly though, the only 180 in the match is for Colin Osborne.
58.
He's yet to hit a 140.
He might not need one. We're at the stage now
60
where we've played hundreds upon hundreds of games, and it might come down to 1 leg.
39.
But in old money, it's as if the set score in a World Masters is tied, and it's a 1-set shootout.
140.
Advantage Osborne. Those treble 19s
134.
really are coming up chumps for Luke.
They're paying dividends. Great cover shooting.
He's got a 140 there. That's his second. Maybe that's starting to click. How big will that be, though?
Huge. Colin, you require 101.
Absolutely huge.
Very similar to the 104 that he took in that match with West in the semis. He's not going to take this one. Another chance for
57.
Littler to break.
Luke, you require 90.
Double 20, double 15. He'll stay there. Ball.
Game shot on the free throw. Luke Littler.
Is that the moment?
Has the nuke just erupted?
The leg that
Sixth leg, it's Luke to
Colin
throw
pretty
first.
much
Game on.
controlled without getting a dart at a double.
$48.
It took till leg 5 to get a breaker throw. 48. Well,
28.
he's not punished.
You could see it. Who's got the launch codes?
And it's
Is it Luke or is it the Wizard?
incredibly, the
140.
man with the most experience seems to be the one that's suffering in the moment.
81.
He needs mistakes from the defending champion.
Good luck with that.
134.
Doesn't look like they're coming.
Yeah, again, picking off 2 treble 19s. Incredible ease.
78.
He's got lots of time to get rid of this. Wants to leave tops.
64.
That will have to do. A lead of 199 points is more than fine.
66.
It looks like Colin might have to
Luke
wait for that
require
darting destiny here in
150.
Portsmouth to complete his set, because Littler is on the cusp
95.
and has now missed a dart to get his fingerprints back on that trophy.
Gonna get plenty more.
It just had to be double 10.
40. Luke required 20.
It is double 10.
Game
It's double
shot.
5.
And the
And Luke
match.
Littler
And the
is
MODUS Super
still
Series champion!
The MODUS Super Series champion. He won it in Series 3, and he's now successfully defended it against the most successful competitor he could have been put up against here in the final. But the army of fans that have made their way to Portsmouth from all over the country to support this young 16-year-old superstar, they are not going to leave disappointed, because once again, Chris Mason, Luke Littler is the champion.
Yeah, does the business back-to-back Champions Week finals. £60,000 in prize money just from the Super Series. He is now unbeaten, Nico, in 4 finals here at the Super Series.
In knockout darts, Luke Littler has won 8 games from 8. Sometimes you can win with an average of 117.88, but right there, all he needed was an 86 in a gutsy display. 4 hits from 13 on the doubles. It was very edgy at the start, but as you can see, Osborne didn't have in his locker enough to find the cheat codes to beat the nuke. The highest checkout of the match, 90, as you can see. Just a couple of maximums in that one. And as soon as Osborne started to find the 140s, unfortunately, the game was up. Thanks for joining us. It's time to crown the champion.
Luke Littler, many congratulations. You've done it again. Many congratulations. Just sum up how you feel right now.
I feel okay. But the final, we weren't the best. But 2-2, I took out the 90 on the bull, and I think if I didn't take that out, personally, I would have lost the game, because I didn't feel right. I was shaking. Yeah.
If the first time you won it, you did it with style, flair and panache, this time, did you draw on almost experiences of last time, grinding in, being gritty, because there was moments in that semi-final against Berry, moments in that final against Colin, where there was moments where there was a little bit of peril?
Yeah, well, semi-final and final, there was opportunities where I could have gone 3-2 down, but I dug in, and I've done it again.
What is the secret? What is the Luke Littler secret when it comes to the Super Series?
I love it down here. And obviously, I'm second in the development tour. Obviously, I'm on to get my tour card, and obviously this is at the top right now. But if I do get my tour card, then I'll thank everyone at the MODUS.
I think you've made a couple of friends tonight. This crowd, they absolutely love you, and you love them, don't you?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Obviously, I've got people from my area. I've got people from Spain. It's unbelievable.
So, when you spoke to me last time you won the 20 grand, you said, I want to defend it. I want to go and do things. I want to get a car. Now you've got another 20 grand in your pocket. What's the next goal for Luke Littler?
A better car than what I was thinking. But obviously, it's massive. I've done it again.
Well, Luke, you know what time it is now. You're getting used to this. I'm going to take that microphone off you. I'm going to let you have your moment. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
two fixtures. They both lost both their fixtures, and they're both on -6. One of them is going to be bottom of the table on 0 points after 3 matches. Conor Heenan's just had his throw broken and then hits back with a maximum visit. But this is the best I have seen Alan Norris play for some time. And I don't just mean because he's hitting all the trebles like Conor Heenan's firing in for a second 180, a back-to-back 180. He's the last player to hit a 9-darter, the only man to do it under this roof.
Connie Rick 141.
They say history has a habit of repeating itself.
Can it? Double 12. He's only going to do it again. He really is the man. He's the only man who's hit a 9-darter under this roof, and now he's got 2.
Let's look at what Steve did in that match before we take a look at Luke. A couple of 180s from Westy. An average in excess of a ton.
180.
Luke was 80% on the doubles, hit 3 180s and had 107.55 average.
100.
And it also included that very near, incredible 1-2-2 finish, didn't it?
Indeed. Luke said to us at the end of the night,
180.
It doesn't really matter. Let's focus on the now.
Is this the third time he's done this week?
57. Steve, you're calling 141.
It's on this time. It's still on.
Game shot on the first leg.
He's promised it all week, and he's the first person not called Conor Heenan to have a perfect leg in Portsmouth.
Fifth leg, it's Darryl to throw first.
Absolutely liking everything about him today. And Darryl Pilgrim, you wouldn't know if he was 3-1 up or down, and that's a real testament to his character. And that's 5 180s.
180.
He's averaging 121.82 and losing 3-1. Go figure.
57.
Wow, wow, and wow again. I just well make it 6, Darryl.
Staggering.
180.
Absolutely wonderful darts. Mesmerising darts. Beautiful darts.
84.
Oh, come on, Darryl.
141.
This is the most important dart on a 9-darter for me. He's on for it. It's double 18. It's the perfect 9-darter. He's been threatening all day. Darryl Pilgrim, what a sensational finish. What a match. Just the most incredible moment here at the MODUS Super Series. Scott, what have we just witnessed?
Max. Max.
180. 140.
Nearly followed by one of Lipscomb's own. And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Never has it been done on television by a female player before. Fallon Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish. Fallon Sherrick is a history maker once again.